Welcome back, everybody, to LCK Spring 2017. I am Valdez. With me is LS, as always, featuring Random Hat Guy. We're happy to bring you the next game, or rather the next set of series here. It's going to be BBQ versus Longju to start the night.
Yeah, and both of these teams are on pretty big loss streaks. Longju, ever since the very start of the month, they've been deteriorating as the season moves on, and we have to wonder if they're going to turn that around tonight. Whereas BBQ, the only wins that they've managed to ever find this season have primarily just been against the bottom tier teams. And we'll see what they can do against the falling Longju tonight.
Yeah, I think it's going to be decently close. If I had to pick one team, I'd probably pick Longju because, I mean, just in general, I feel like they have the better individual talents, but you have to look at guys like Fly who have been, playing tons of Assassins and not really having too much success in the past couple of series, and whether or not he's going to turn up tonight.
Another question will be, what is the jungler matchups going to be? So far this season, Bless has only really found success on Rek'Sai, and for the most part, he's the only person playing her. Be interesting to see how the pick ban phase is going to go tonight. Wouldn't expect too much deviations from the red side, and on blue, I mean probably Malzahar just gonna be perma-banned away.
Yep, that has become the standard nowadays. And Longju, being on the blue side, will have some more flexibility with the bans. See what they do want to take away from BBQ.
And so Varus being banned away, standard ban there. Probably going to be followed up with Camille or LeBlanc. This is patch 7.4. I thought it was going to be 7.5 coming into tonight as it starts the new week, but
maybe next week, I guess.
Now actually Longju highlighting the LeBlanc, banning that away. A little bit surprising.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Fly playing that LeBlanc last week, and to be honest, it was not the most impressive performance. So maybe they're just saying, okay, we just want to get that out of the way. We don't want to be forced into first picking it. BBQ no doubt watched those games. So they're going to go ahead and ban Graves, which is becoming more and more popular as a first ban. This does leave stuff like Rumble open, which is also getting more popular across the board.
Now Longju highlighting Ashe as the first pick. Not sure if this is the best decision necessarily. It does provide the soft counter to the Jhin and Caitlyn, but in recent weeks we've seen Ezreal pick up a lot of flare, and speak of the devil, there he is.
Will be picked up here. I mean, we've seen Prey play quite good Ashe and Jhin, so maybe just feeling pretty comfortable on that one to give Prey a chance to carry this one.
And they're highlighting the Lulu, and this provides actually a lot of synergy potentially for what BBQ could go into later on. Again, I mentioned how Bless is notorious for his Rek'Sai picks. And so the Lulu would have a lot of synergy there later on in the draft phase, as opposed to a Karma pick here with the Ezreal on red side.
I came from France. Heart O Gaming. Heart. Welcome to the studio.
There we go.
Fly's like, this doesn't impress me.
Yeah, I'm not amused.
I want to get into the game. Oh wow, that's Crash, actually.
I'm not amused with you, Brandon.
I'm not amused either.
I think they all just look alike. But all right, Kha'Zix and Nautilus for Longju. Gonna be locked in, so lots of engage potential. And BBQ responding with Elise, surprisingly. So the Lulu's still gonna have some synergy there, but not the pick I was expecting, at least not at this stage of the pick ban phase. Now BBQ, they can target away supports here, as Longju did neglect that in their pick phase right now. And Karma is still on the table. BBQ might ban that away second, but if you're Longju, you're looking to probably just ban away top laners now, and there's the Shen being highlighted.
Yeah, so the question is, as you said before, what will be the support if they do want to ban out that support? No, they're just going to go for the Rise ban.
Not sure if that's the best ban against Longzhu in particular. I feel like Fly is a lot more versatile with his champion pull, and now Longzhu going to be able to decide what they want to ban away last. Could just ban something away from Tempt here. Don't need to commit another ban up in the top lane. Syndra being highlighted, and she is banned. So now BBQ has to choose here if they're going to want to commit to the counter pick in mid or top, and it looks like they're highlighting a Vladimir.
Interesting pick. We haven't really seen it have too much success here in LCK. And with Rumble still being open, I do like this pick personally a bit more.
Now the Rumble will be going into top lane against the Nautilus, and they're gonna decide to go with the counter pick in mid lane. Longzhu now highlighting that Karma, that's the champion I talked about that BBQ could have banned away. They might lock it in here.
6 seconds. Go down to the wire, and they might have just been trying to decide what their mid laner is going to be during that time. Maybe they already decided on picking the Karma up. Prey Whiting. Definitely some pressure on Prey to do a bit of carrying today. We'll see if he can.
Now they're highlighting the Vladimir.
You talked about mind games a little bit last time we cast it on Sunday. Maybe BBQ didn't even want to pick the Vlad, but now they're thinking, you know, maybe LZ is thinking that they did want to pick the Vlad, and that's why they tried to counter pick it here, but BBQ wasn't even planning on taking it the first time.
Now BBQ is going to get the counter pick in mid lane. They're hovering a Jace right now. That would be a very interesting matchup in mid. Longzhu's team composition, I do have to say, they're very, very all in. And I mean, they're gonna have a lot of one-item spikes, and they'll transition a little bit into the mid game, but a lot of it has a reliance on having an explosion, basically, leading into the mid game, and constantly accelerating ahead of your opponent. They don't have the most scaling, not compared to BBQ. Rumble, if he can reach 6 items, Jason, Ezreal, gonna be extremely scary. And then the longer the game goes on, Lulu gonna prove to be more and more obnoxious against Longzhu's burst all-ins. So that's gonna be how they coordinate the team fights. You see Tempt not opting for a teleport. So he's gonna go into mid lane with an aggressive summoner, or defensive one, however you want to perceive that exhaust. Which just means that they won't have a 1-3-1 available to them necessarily.
Interesting that they take that second exhaust. You were talking about the all-in possibility, or, you know, kind of just that feeling that Longzhu has to go all in on a lot of these team fights. If you have a second exhaust, that's a pretty nice tool that you can use if the Vladimir is running into you, or if the Kha'Zix tries to jump in onto your back line. So it'll help in the lane, but also a little bit later on in the game, mid and late game. So taking a last look here at the compositions: Nautilus, Kha'Zix, Vladimir, Ashe, and Karma for Longzhu. And
now Rumble, Elise, Jace, Ezreal, and Lulu for BBQ. We'll have to see what they can do with it. And again, BBQ, they do have the luxury of the scaling on their side, but they're going to have to weather the storm early on.
That's going to be the key for them here. So let's see how it goes down in Game 1 of Longzhu versus BBQ. Oh boy.
It sounded like it was going to be so much louder.
Yeah.
For BBQ, and then we got the
Yeah, I mean,
That
generally
squeal, I don't even know.
generally the first girl kind of sets the tone, right?
Yeah.
The other girls are like, oh man, we got to do a really big cheer because she screamed her heart out, but it was not the case this time. So, Prey taking a little bit of damage should be okay.
I'm not liking that chroma for Ghost. I'm not feeling it, Brendan.
You want to talk to him after the game?
Well, you know what? It reminds me of that guy from Sailor Moon.
That guy from Sailor Moon, I have no idea what you're talking about. I know what Sailor Moon is.
You don't remember the Tuxedo Mask. Was that his name? I think that was his name, Brendan.
Tuxedo Mask.
I think that was...
Okay. I feel like they didn't do that good of a job naming that character. Tuxedo Mask.
Yeah, that was his name, Tuxedo Mask in Sailor Moon.
Well, there you have it, guys. We figured it out. So Tuxedo Mask and Lulu in the bot lane here for BBQ. What do you think about Totoro not taking Star Guardian, Lulu?
I think it's all right. Dragon Trainer Lulu. I think it fits in today.
Yeah?
Because today is White Day. Now, I don't know why exactly that fits in, but here in South Korea, it's White Day today.
Yeah.
March 14th. This is the day where the girls get candy for the guys.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice holiday. I like it. You get to receive some candy. Definitely say it's one of my more liked holidays here in Korea.
Why is that, Brendan?
Oh, because you receive candy.
Okay.
On White Day, yeah. Nice sock shot there, spots Bless.
Right now, a lot of the pressure is actually going to be on Crash to make stuff happen early on. They did spot him out. They know that he's extremely low on HP and low on mana. So he's not going to be able to do too much in that regard. And you can see that Bless is actually reading the situation very well. You can see the type of clear that he's going for. He knows that there's no real opening for him to do anything relative to these team compositions. And that a lot of the pressure, again, is going to be on Crash to somehow make something happen. And Crash is actually opting to persist on with his root. He cleared the Scuttle Crab. He's moving into Bless's red side jungle, and this is a very big coin flip. And that's getting found out, actually, at...
Yeah.
Bless this can be disastrous.
Could repel the wall, and uh-oh. Oh, he's actually going to leap the wall, and now he's forced to flash. Bless could follow. Is he going to go? Decides not to. That's very interesting. He just used his leap and his flash. He had no other escape. And Bless at full health, Crash at half health. Maybe he just didn't know what was on the other side of the wall.
It's a little bit weird because he had vision and intel from his laners, and he must have known that Crash could not be doing too much. And now, though, he will be rewarded with the Wolf Camp. He's not even having to smite it.
Yeah.
He's not done yet. I think he's going to attempt to disrupt.
Well, missed that one.
Yeah, missed that one.
I mean, it's the extremely safe play. You know that you will be rewarded as long as you follow Crash and the Wolves are up, you know. But I think a more aggressive jungler would have 100% flashed the wall and gone for the first blood.
Also interesting that he has to know that Crash didn't entirely clear his Krugs. If he just hits tab and reads the CS, that's obviously going to tell him that he has to get over to that camp and clear it, and yet he hasn't done that yet. But he is picking up his second Wraith camp of the game, and that's pretty big.
Nice ward placement there. I think that was by Tempt. He's going to spot exactly where Crash is on the map, so you can see Elise heading up top now. They may look for a dive here onto Expression, who doesn't have all that much mana. Might have to wait for the next wave.
Bless might just disrupt this recall and keep him underneath his turret. They know that Expression doesn't really have the mana to do anything here. And oh, he's actually stuck between a rock and a hard place.
He's going to choose the Elise, and it's not going to help him out. First blood given over to Crazy in the top lane. Very nice gank there by Bless.
That was the most peculiar gank up in top, and I don't fully understand what just actually happened there. In the meanwhile, I mean, Crash responded by attempting to get some counter jungling off, but a very clean first blood given over to Crazy, who already has himself a really nice CS lead. He's able to retain that teleport advantage, and that is gigantic for bottom lane plays. Especially because now Bless, he knows he's going to transition onto the right-hand side of the map unless he wants to immediately go back up to top lane and just create a giant snowball inside of that Rumble.
Looks like for now Bless is heading down towards his Wolves. But as you said, things could definitely get a bit crazy for that Rumble in the top lane. You can see that he's actually moving into the river now, maybe forcing a fight with Nautilus. Taking a look at bot lane, things are pretty even, 47 to 49 in farm. Not really a big advantage one way or the other. You can see that Gorilla picked up 2 of the CS as well.
Tuxedo Mask trying to do his best to farm right now. Oh, that was actually a pretty cute trade by Ghost. Bless is just playing with heavy aggression on the left-hand side of the map, and I really like that he's recognizing that these are the 2 lanes where it matters. If Vladimir doesn't get ahead, and if they can remove Nautilus from the equation, because Rumble is so crucial in stopping Longzhu's engagements, that any acceleration for him is going to be gigantic.
See that Tempt is doing a pretty nice job in mid, just slightly ahead in that CS, so Vlad isn't getting out of control just yet. Ghost getting aggressive here. Might actually, well, no. Gonna be pushed back here by Totoro. Bless very aggressive once again, and this is spotted by Award. They know this is happening. But with all 3 members of BBQ, mid, top, and jungle joining up here at the blue, they're just going to elect to go towards the BBQ blue. And it doesn't look like he ran over a ward, but they do know that this is a potential response. And right now the bottom lane is coming up here towards blue.
Crash has to be careful. Oh, he did not have Smite. That could have gotten very dangerous.
That was
right now, the problem is that the way that bottom lane is positioned makes it extremely difficult for Crash to do anything, although he plants a ward, but Expression doesn't have a teleport. And if they did try to get too aggressive, they do have the teleport on Crazy. He would be able to come down.
And Crash being spotted on that right side jungle. Elise is coming in here going to steal the Gromp of Crash, and does have the red buff once again. We'll see if he does want to make a move up towards top again. There is a control ward denying vision of him. And here he comes again. Down comes the Rumble ultimate. They're going to outburst that damage onto Expression. It looks like Rumble has to get out of there with that ultimate. He almost dies. Bless going on in. So low there is Crash, or rather Expression. But he does eventually go down in a pretty scary tower dive that they make work. Really nice cocoon there. Not able to flash it, unfortunately, is Crash. And Bless and Crazy will get away.
Huge victories for BBQ here in game number 1. Bless really getting that Rumble ahead up in top lane, and that's going to pay dividends the longer that this game goes. That Rumble is going to be such a nuisance with the equalizer and the way that Longzhu tries to engage, and that's going to enable Jason Ezreal to keep on scaling up and hold that.
Yeah, the flash away from Gorilla is not going to help him. The knockback there onto Prey. He flashes too, but goes down and gives another kill to Crazy. And this is beginning to get a little bit out of hand here for BBQ.
Yeah, BBQ barbecuing Longzhu here in game 1. So far, the Rumble absolutely gigantic. We'll take another quick replay. Gorilla and Prey just a little bit too far up. Too close range of an arrow, doesn't really do much. Tempt with an excellent flash knockback into his teammates. Crazy was just there to add anything extra. They didn't convert that into a dragon capture because Well, it is Cloud Drake.
The Clown Drake himself. Nobody really cares about him. Just tooting his nose. No one really hears it. And it seems like Lungzhu want to turn this back on a Totoro. They might be able to pick up a kill. There they go. The isolated Lulu does meet her maker.
Very bizarre pickup. It's always weird to see kills like that happen in pro play. Seems a little bit too standard. Ghost might actually be next on the list. They're going to be able to force him off and try to actually salvage this situation by getting First Blood turret. You can see the Crazy proxying the wave, trying to do whatever he can to establish control up on top. Bless actually got that counter smite.
Misses his cocoon. Was reading it a little bit too far forward. Attempts now going heavy onto Fly. The exhaust comes down, the knockback towards the wall. Here comes Crazy with the equalizer. Decides not to go for it just yet. They will elect to just push Fly off the turret. He's sticking around though. They don't know exactly if he's totally backed off. There's Crash to pick up the the remnants of the wave. Bless just barely does not catch Fly on his recall.
And what they're doing right there, when they rotate down Crazy, yes, they're looking for the kill onto Fly, but what it's also doing is it's forcing Crash to come into mid lane, otherwise Tempt would be able to apply too much damage to that mid-tier 1 turret. So right now, the Vladimir pick, it's kind of all over the place. You see, it has the Kindle Gem, has the Seeker's Arm Guard. He has 2 amplifying tomes. Fly looking a little bit weird on the Vlad so far.
To be honest, I was talking about this before. He hasn't looked too impressive in his past 2 series that we've watched him. And they do have a sub mid laner, BDD. We have not seen him once this season. Correct me if I'm wrong. So maybe we're getting closer to the potential switch.
Bottom lane, actually, there is a little bit of a clock on that turret. Bless is going to need to do something if he wants to try to salvage the First Blood turret power for his team. But if you're Longzhu, I mean, Crash really needs to come up with something. In a few of his past series, he's done this thing that he's doing, I mean, here in game number 1, where he needs to create opportunities for his teams and find the openings, because that's just the dynamic of the team compositions, and he's not really doing too much. He has a little bit more CS than Bless, but that's negated by the pressure that Bless created in all the other lanes.
Yeah, getting Rumble to 2-0, as you mentioned many times, is going to be a bit better than a 1-0 Kha'Zix that's got 20 more farm. Here comes Bless down into bottom, looking for something. You can see both top laners do have their teleports up. No blasting plant, making their way towards that Cloud Drake. A ping did go down, but they decide against it.
Game's in a little bit of a lull phase. Not too much chaos happening. Bless recalling is probably just going to immediately go over to his red, capture that, then look to make something happen in mid or top lane.
You can see that now with that Spirit Visage. Expression is having a little bit better of a time against Crazy. And now Crash making his way up. The amount of lockdown that Expression does have, and the lack of escape that Crazy has outside of his flash, they could look to make something happen. Here comes the ultimate, the stealth in from Crash, the equalizer coming down, but I think it's just going to be too much damage. Crazy fighting back though, almost gets the kill onto Crash, but eventually does go down.
I'm wondering if he didn't miss that harpoon, if he would have been able to actually kill Crash there. Yes, Crash had his flash available, but it's not entirely the point. Nice, a nice little pickup for Expression and Crash. Tempt trying to do what he can to secure any sort of a micro advantage in this lane. Not really coming up too big. He does have a 20 CS lead, but it's not the end of the world.
And he's putting a lot of pressure too. You can see he always just pushes in the lane. He's done a bit more damage to this turret than Fly has. And there's Crash actually clearing a ward, almost butts heads with Bless. But you can see that Gorilla was nearby to help out, make sure that fight does not happen.
Look at that bottom tier 1 turret on the minimap. That is all but dead for BBQ. A little bit surprising that Crazy didn't look to make any more aggressive plays. You can see that his ability to create a CS gap up in top has all but gone away. And so you would think that he would begin to just endlessly shove in the waves and roam to try to make things happen with Tempt in the mid lane. And at the very least, he could maybe get Fly to back up a little bit further and enable Tempt to get a little bit more turret damage in, but he's not even looking for anything like that. And it's stuff like this that have been causing a lot of problems for BBQ throughout the season when the early game transitions into the mid game. They seem very vulnerable and confused at this stage of the game.
Uh-oh, being jumped here is Blast onto Crash. Shock Blast does come out. He is going to repel up. Tempt is going 1v3 right now. Bless, he flashes the wall, but goes down to Vlad's ultimate, and all of a sudden, this is turning around. Crash able to pick up the kill onto Tempt. Now the rest of BBQ is on the run. Down comes Crazy. Ghost is going in for that kill. He will get it, but may just die for it. He's trying to do a bit of damage onto Gorilla. That he does, but eventually dies, and all of a sudden, this is an even game in terms of the gold.
Yeah, I would even say that Longzhu is probably ahead after that. If you look at the way that the lanes are right now, they're going to be able to certainly pick up First Blood turret as well. And now they don't quite have the same level gold lead that they would want at this stage, but it's going to be a gold lead nonetheless. And it looks like actually Gorilla and Prey are going to share that. Take another quick look at this replay, and Bless almost unnecessarily trying to clear out that ward despite not having enough proper vision. Tempt goes in, and you have to wonder exactly what he's thinking. I think that he watched maybe Captain America Civil War lately. He's thinking he's a little bit stronger than he is. Bless ended up just going down. Also a little bit bizarre that he didn't just flash away sooner. And Ghost, yeah, he tried to salvage the situation.
If he misses that Q, then he just
dies
for nothing. It's just never going to be worth it, even if he does get the kill. All the assist gold, and now Crazy's going to get jumped on here. And it looked like Crash ran right over a control ward as well, but he's finally beginning to have some amount of pressure on this map, as it doesn't seem like BBQ is really respecting him, as he's just creating kill after kill.
And Tempt constantly trading needlessly in mid. He's even going to be forced to recall right here. That's going to create a lot of pressure relief in mid. And you can see Crash now up in top lane even. Going to rotate with Expression. He might just tank the turret actually for a little bit. Expression does have aggro. Got a little bit of extra turret damage. Crazy doesn't have teleport. That's going to be top tier 1 turret going down for BBQ, and that's going to enable Longzhu to turn their attention to mid lane. And this is the type of acceleration that they needed. You're going to notice that Fly's going to have both of his summoners available to him soon. They can look to eventually just have a very explosive team fight as soon as Zhonya's is completed for him. BBQ's going to pick up Cloud Drake, but honestly, at this stage of the game, it's going to be Cloud Drake.
And it looked like the next one was possibly Cloud Drake again. So maybe if they can stack those, they'll begin to have a bit of effect. And they'll get away from that all-in composition of Longzhu. That's about it. Lots of members waiting in that tri-brush. Bless has been hanging around bot. Oh, here comes the 3-man gank, and Prey is just farming. Does flash the cocoon and will survive, but they do grab his flash.
Now at this point, it's all about BBQ trying to salvage mid lane and all the vision control that surrounds it.
Well, they're going to beat a fight here, and that was really nicely done by Fly. Tempt jumping in once again. Fly going to flash away. Crazy going in for the flash as well, but not able to pick up anything. slowed down here, not in a good position, and gets hit by the arrow now. Looks like he will survive somehow, some way. As no further engage out of Longju, they did not want to dive that turret. I was looking scary there for a bit for BBQ.
Well, it just seems like they have absolutely no damage foresight on this Vladimir pick. I mean, that honestly seems to be the only way to really describe what it is that we're watching. They're constantly handshaking on fights and trades that are never going to be favorable, and it's very bizarre to see. You have to wonder if they're beginning to tilt. After their early game start, you have to know that, I mean, they must have known how far ahead they were. And now to see them get to this stage can't be the most settling feeling in the world. And now they're going to try to have Tempt go into the side lane to begin picking up farm as Ghost tries to hold it down in mid. One of the very big problems actually right now, though, is the 2-level difference in jungle. Crash has a much easier itemization path than Bless.
Fly moving forward, Tempt. Jumping forward towards Fly. Fly will eat a bit of damage. It looks like BBQ is going to group up, but look at all that AoE damage coming out of Fly. Tempt will be in a bit of trouble, but he jumps in again. The Zhonya's is completed on Fly, but he may just die after that, and that he does. The re-engage here from Expression going 3v5. Lots of knockups, lots of very low members of BBQ, but everybody survives, and they pick up 2 kills.
That's actually a great opportunistic fight for BBQ. Longju, they can't afford to take skirmishes like that.
Okay, they're gonna re-engage here, and Expression flashes away and dies, baits in prey, and down he goes. That's a double kill attempt. And just when you thought Longju was coming back, they're like, here BBQ, it's White Day, we'll give you a nice little present.
Maybe that is what's actually going on here. Feeling a little bit generous. And so, in a bizarre turn of events, looks like the game has yet again been flipped on its head. And if BBQ can keep looking for fights like this, they benefit much more from 3v3s and obscure 4v4s than Longju. Longju has a heavy reliance on all being together for the team fight and operating as a unit. And one of the main problems for Longju is they don't have a very reliable way of getting onto Ghost if Fly doesn't have both of his summoners.
That arrow hits Tempt in the back. He'll be fine to eat that one. It almost hit Ghost. That would have been a bit more scary, but you can see Fly at half health. BBQ able to pick up the turret. They're second of the game.
Now the game might have actually been brought back into a point where BBQ has a slight advantage. And I mostly say this because, again, we talked about how earlier on BBQ, they have the luxury of the superior scaling. The map, for the most part, is opened up enough where they can constantly keep sending Jace and Ezreal to get whatever resources are necessary. And without proper neutral objectives to entice a team fight from either side, it's going to be very difficult for Longju to find an opening, especially if they don't have all of their summoners across all 5 members of their team. And so in that regard, they have a heavier reliance on some other factors than BBQ.
See lots of pings going down at the Cloud Drake. As we mentioned before, the second one that you pick up is quite nice.
Every Drake today, Brendan, is going to be Cloud Drake because it's White Day.
Because it's White Day?
It's White Day. So every dragon is going to be that, and Elder Dragon.
Yeah. I was going to say Elder Drake is like, it's got like a silver tone to it though.
Yeah, it's ivory.
Ivory. Close enough. Invade here from Longju. Just by 2 members, they get spotted by a ward, but no collapse from BBQ. There was an escape path for Longju towards the top of the map.
And looks like BBQ gonna be the ones yet again to actually pick up the Cloud Drake. The next dragon to spawn. It ruined it.
What's this blue Drake business?
Yeah. Well, these have been the worst dragon spawns for the game so far. So the RNG, not really so great for either team. As the Ocean Drake, not really going to be too useful for either members. A little bit better for BBQ if they could manage to pick it up. It would enable their poke on Jace and Ezreal a little bit better.
Both of them going for that Muramana anyway, but just to add a little bit extra regen would be nice. And it looks like finally Longzhu's going to take down that turret that was at about 30 health for 3 or 4 minutes now. It's funny that even with that very early lead that Crazy got up in top thanks to Bless, that the top turret for Longzhu is pretty healthy, and BBQ has lost their top turret, which gives Longzhu the lead in turrets right now. Oh, they're going for this. Fly is going to be slowed down to about half health. Let's get a bit of that back, and it's quite fast. So, no full-on engage from BBQ, although Bless is coming up here at the same time. Million pings going down as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes on through. The Nautilus ultimate comes out onto Crazy, but they cannot engage. And this means that BBQ can come up top and take that top turret.
They did manage to get the flash, though, out of Crazy. Yeah, and Gorilla now has to flash away, out of position needlessly. And you can see that Longzhu, just their map movements are a little bit clunky, and they're definitely not as coordinated as they need to be. They had all of their summoners up, and that would have been a key opportunity for them to look for a team fight, as they have a pretty big reliance. Now they're just going to give up top tier 2 as well. Very slow to react to that. Ping's going down onto Baron. Probably just going to be vision removal. Can't see it being anything else. And right now, if you look up at the gold and top, it's about a 3,000 difference in favor of BBQ, but when you factor in the scaling, the position is a lot worse for Longzhu.
You can see the Rumble already on 3 items with Merc Treads included, or not included, I should say. Void Staff completed. And he's going to be ripping through a lot of these members that have built MR on the side of Longzhu. The Vladimir, the Nautilus, even with the Hex Drinker on the Kha'Zix. Tempt coming up, just farming top. Still lots of wards around that Baron. You were talking about clearing out some of that vision, but looks like Longzhu is able to make another swing by and place some more wards.
Well, right now, all BBQ really have to do is just keep farming the waves as they come to them. It would be a mistake for BBQ to look to go aggressive right here. By playing defensive, they are offensive.
Yeah, you can see even just how much damage Ghost can do to Prey with just a little bit of poke. Now imagine, you know, Crazy with the Equalizer potential, the Cocoon, and obviously Jace with the Shock Blast. You can see a dead Prey. He's got to be extremely careful. No defensive items on him just yet. As long as they can sit back and poke and not get hit by an Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
They can't be this spread out. You can see that they're looking for a teleport on Expression. Remember, they are all in with their team fights. Heavy reliance on the summoner spells. So
there's the TP.
We're going to get the all in. But
Fly's trading with Tempt up top, and Gorilla is going to be melted. Wow. Trying to go 1v2 against Crazy, and Ghost is not going to go well. Tempt is going in, almost takes out Fly. The True Shot Barrage does not hit. The Equalizer is not going to hit Fly either. Expression all alone. Bless and Ghost going ham in the back line. Everybody may be going down here. Expression going to eat it too. Fly all alone goes down. That's 4 kills. Actually, that's the ace in total for Longzhu. all of them going down. BBQ with a massive team fight, and now they're going to push this inhibitor.
Yeah, Ghost going absolutely nuts, and huge credit to Temp for locking up Fly. Really weird when you look at Longzhu's team composition, and there's sort of like a, what is it called, a transformer, where they all need to really just be together in order for it to work, and
their powers combined.
Yeah, when Fly was so out of position and late to arrive, it's actually going to be the game.
Yeah, that's going to be it. Game 1 goes over to BBQ as Longzhu gets aced at their Tier 2 mid turret. And down they go.
And what a wacky turn of events where they were completely set up for the team fight, but the angle of approach that Fly took and his timing at when he was intending to arrive was just really off and ends up costing his team dearly. And in the end, BBQ get a very surprise victory. And then honestly, it looked like that was going to go fantastic for Longzhu. They could probably convert that into a Baron if they won. If they went even, it would have enabled them to fix up the lanes. But BBQ turns it completely around, and they managed to win a game here. So we'll see what happens in game number 2. But Ghost's Ezreal proved to be the thorn in Longzhu's side that game.
Really, really nice.
12 out of 14 kills.
Yeah. The Ezreal Lulu bot lane becoming more and more popular. We'll see if they let that happen. We're going to take a look at a replay first, though.
And you can just see the way that Fly was trying to approach. A little bit needless. He had his summoners up. He easily could have ghosted and flashed in from the front and cast his ultimate, but instead tried to go for a wraparound in more of a dream scenario, and it was just completely pointless. So Xpecial was on his own, and then with Xpecial not there as the front line for his team, they're just sort of cut off, and that enabled Ghost Bless to just go a little bit more ham than they probably could have been able to otherwise.
Lots of focus on Ghost here on that Ezreal. Seeing it picked more and more often here, and Ghost, he's learned it, doing quite well. So guys, we are going to go to that analyst desk right now. We'll be back in about 2 minutes with the desk. Welcome back, everybody, to the desk. We are joined by Binu to help with the translation, see what the Korean analysts had to think about that game.
That's right, and for a short amount of time, I think it was a very tough game to call, but given how they started and how they ended the game, BBQ getting a very well-deserved win, going up in the series 1-0.
They're going up against the Longju Dragon team. They take a couple of Cloud Drakes, which is kind of what the Longju logo looks like. It's a sign, Bina.
And there's the damage graph. BBQ, all players firing on all cylinders, I think. And Ghost especially, he's been looking in magnificent form in recent games as well. Of course, as everybody knows, both these teams on somewhat of a downward spiral. Longzu have a couple of losing losses of their own, and BBQ definitely on that losing streak for some time, so no better targets to end your losing streak with than a team that's also on a losing streak, I think. And talking about how the game went, Captain Jack says, BBQ had a very standard, very solid comp all around that got ahead from the laning phase, so they had a very comfortable time in the game. I think a little bit dishonest because they did have that hiccup where all of a sudden Longzu got a couple of advantages off of Elise who was trying to clear wards and Temp jumping in 1 versus 3. But as for a summary of the game, I think that suffices. And now we're talking about support picks, saying that looks like Karma and Lulu increasing in importance recently as well when it comes to support importance. Very unfortunate there as Elise repels, the Ash Arrow ends up hitting Temp, but works out well for BBQ in the end.
It was kind of funny when Expression eventually re-engages, he baits Prey into the fight and feeds him a couple more kills. Longju as a team just not really playing all that well together. Like he's so low and he jumps in. There's so much damage on the side of BBQ. This is where Karma disappears.
You could tell just by watching Tuxedo Mask, Ghost, that recent claim to fame, I should say. It's not just in the stats, it's really in the way he plays, and I think it's really unique and interesting to see, because on the other side of the table, we also have Haru, another former CJ player who's actually having a great season overall. And speaking of Devil, Captain Jack also saying Ghost, basically saying that he's in great form as well. So we'll be checking the MVP player for that set.
Might just be Ghost. If not, maybe Blast. I mean, he did a lot for his team. It is going to be Ghost, 86% kill contribution. I think it was 12 of 14 kills were his. He only died once and looked quite nice on that Ezreal.
Again, even during BBQ's losing streak, I think Ghost has been showing consistent improvement as an individual player, and it definitely has to feel good, right? Coming into this BBQ team, the previous AD carry, Loken, used to be somewhat of a crowd favorite back here, so definitely Ghost fitting in well with the team. That's a good sign for fans and the team itself alike. Now we're talking about Fly's Vladimir pick. And again, the word that comes to mind when I think of Fly is always oddball, right? And that's also a term of endearment just because of his unique style, but when it's not working, Captain Jack basically taking the words right out of my mouth, saying that sometimes it could be really awkward.
So that's going to be it for the desk, guys. We are going to go to game 2 after just about 2 to 3 minutes. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to LCK Spring 2017. We are in the middle of BBQ versus Longju. BBQ able to take a relatively quick game, only about 31 minutes. Ghost able to pick up the MVP with his Ezreal that had 12 of the 14 kills.
Yeah, and he had a fantastic performance on it. And Longju, yet again, they got themselves into a position that should have meant that they would have been in a pretty good spot in the game. And then, again, they just blunder it, and it just leaves much to be questioned, I guess, in regards to what are they going to do to fix the problems that they constantly are having. And even the early game seemed extremely susceptible to BBQ. We'll have to see what they can do here going into game number 2. Now, BBQ did request, I think, about 3 extra minutes for strategic review and talk before we go into this next game.
Yeah, funny that they do request that too, even after winning the first game. Seems like things were relatively good, except for that one hiccup where they're like, okay, we're ahead, now we're going to try to throw it away. But they were able to pull it back. Maybe they're just trying to go over that situation, what happened exactly in those moments.
I mean, a lot of the coordination problems, at least in last game, yes, Prey and Gorilla did get caught out and gutted early on for being a little bit too far up, but when it got into the mid stages of the game, a lot of the movements between Fly, Crash, and Expression seemed a little bit off, and yeah, Gorilla did almost get caught out inside of Baron River, having to flash the wall before the team fight, but that last decisive fight that enabled BBQ to get the clean ace and convert it into a Nexus capture was mostly in part due to Fly just being completely out of position. And when I was watching how far out of position he was, it reminded me of Crown on Victor when Samsung's behind. And it almost looks like, where's Waldo?
Can you find Victor on the map because he's not with the team? He's farming wolves right now. He's busy. Don't disturb him.
So, a little bit bizarre. It didn't feel like BBQ were the creators of their own success that game, though. It felt more like Longju were losing themselves to the game. So here, going into game number 2, we'll see if Longju can just be a little bit cleaner and crisp. And then what BBQ can do to respond to that. They will be on the blue side this time, so you know what that means, Brendan. It means Malzahar getting banned away first. And then Longju is going to respond with Varus. And then BBQ are going to respond with Rengar.
I think we're going to see Longju banning out LeBlanc again. Maybe not first, but it's... After they banned it on blue side, too, it kind of just says they have no confidence in Fly playing LeBlanc.
Nope.
Talon.
Never mind. Talon. It's all over for me.
Fly. That's it. Get off the desk. You're out. You're fired.
All right, let me try to pick this up here. We're going to bring Camille. Now Rengar is coming. Here we go. There it is.
Oh, baby.
I'm back. I'm rehired. All right, LeBlanc now probably going to be banned away by Longju. Not going to give it over to Tempt. From this being highlighted, we'll see if they do follow through and ban it.
So Rumble was really big for them last time, but also Graze is left open. So with that being so strong in the jungle on this patch, you do see them pick it up first.
It is indeed the #1 jungler by far. He's going to have the advantageous matchup against the Kha'Zix if Longju would pick that again. With Rengar being banned away, there's only a few options remaining. They could go for the Elise as a counter to the Graves, but in the grand scheme of things, that doesn't really mean much, as BBQ do just have the option to go into later stages of the game, in which case Graves would be more useful.
What do you think about that early Ashe pick once again? It really didn't seem to work out in game 1 for Longju, and they do it on red side once again. They're giving Ezreal away again to Ghost, who just got MVP on it.
Seems a little bit bizarre. Prey is certainly up there as one of the best Ezreal players in the world, and also I would expect to see him more so on Jhin than anything if it wasn't going to be the Ezreal, and instead they're electing for this Ashe multiple times, and it gives them pick potential and pick opportunity, and we did see that BBQ, not the most coordinated at damage foresight team fights, and they could be looking at that as an option, and BBQ playing it safe with the Ezreal Karma, or Ezreal Lulu. So that doesn't mean that Karma is still on the table, but they're going to be able to ban it away if Longzhu didn't opt to pick it right here, instead opting to get that Shen immediately. Ban away the Gangplank. BBQ on blue side, they would have a little bit more incentive to go Gangplank here. And then they would have the luxury of having Gangplank Ezreal, so they could surrender turrets early on, and it wouldn't really mean too much depending on all the matchups across the board.
No Rumble this time for BBQ either, so they won't have that early. In Soul,
maybe thinking that Fly would go for a comfort pick here. They have targeted him now with 2 bans, Talon and the Aurelion. So now if you're Longzhu, you have to wonder what you're gonna pick. Rise being highlighted now. They might end up locking that in. 3 seconds remaining. It seems like they're spending a lot of time on making sure what their picks are gonna be.
they want to make sure it's not taken away if they're picking it before that support, which they can save for that 5th pick because already taken on the side of BBQ and no further bans. Not scared about going into any uncomfortable matchups with that Rise, it seems. Will we see the Gragas coming out here for Ghost, or not for Ghost, but on his pick, the 4th pick. Looks like they want to go with the Nautilus. So a bit of back and forth, a little bit of indecision, but they decide to take the Nautilus this time around, and it looks like perhaps the Cassiopeia as the follow-up.
They had a lot of options available to them, and they don't need to go with this Cass. It does seem to get locked in, but they could have even gone with the Orianna. Wouldn't have the most synergy, obviously, with the Graves. But with the Nautilus there, it would be fine, and it would be a soft counter to that Rise. And Longzhu are going to be able to actually pick up the Karma in the end. I like Longzhu's team composition a lot more than I like BBQ's, but again, a little bit heavy reliance on acting as a unit. Now that they're on red side, the 1-3-1 a little bit weaker than if they were on blue. Rise, though, able to do a little bit of interesting stuff with Kha'Zix in the later stages. You can have Rise auto-attack the turret and Kha'Zix peel, or you can have Rise and Shen actually split together. So definitely some interesting gears available for Longzhu the longer that the game goes on, but the mid-game is going to be the part where they really need to find a way to stabilize through it. When Ghost has his Trinity Force and his Muramana completed and Tempt gets his Seraph's Embrace and stuff, it's going to be very difficult for Longzhu with how their champions itemize to live through that, but if they can, they'll have a lot more flexibility in the late game.
Yeah, so things looking a little bit better for them this time. We'll see if that heavy focus on the Ashe pick works out for them. The Enchanted Crystal arrows were decent in game 1, but they weren't really able to set up too much from them. So taking one last look at the compositions. See that one there for BBQ. Here's Longzhu.
Shen, Kha'Zix, Rise, Ashe, and Karma. Lots of engage potential, lots of pick potential. And that's going to be the way that they're going to approach BBQ. And as long as they can get their stuff together, it might pan out a lot better for them and then in game number 1.
So let's find out how it does go, guys, going into game number 2 right now of Longzhu versus BBQ.
All right, they got that, the newcomer on their side, but I still feel like Longzhu won. Seems like the fans are actually congratulating themselves on that victory.
They're enjoying it for sure. But their team actually has to win. That's really all that matters in the end.
Curious to see if Tuxedo Mask is still in the game. Didn't get a peek yet at the Ezreal Chroma.
Wonder what you're. Oh, yeah.
It is.
There
Tuxedo Mask is here.
Tempt sinking his fangs into Fly. Start of any good fanfic.
No, it's a little bit inappropriate, bro.
I think it's fine.
All right. You're really tempting me right now. I just want to fly away. The expression on your face, it's just...
The what?
The expression.
The what?
Nothing.
What was that?
Bless you.
God, you're so crazy. Raid starts. Raptor starts for both junglers. And BBQ, Crazy was able to get that ward onto the red.
You know, speaking of jungle, by the way, I saw King Kong yesterday.
Oh, you did?
That's a very big gorilla.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you actually watch the movie?
Yeah, I did.
Oh.
It was pretty okay.
It was one of those... See, I said I don't really like superhero movies, but I feel like King Kong is just like another version of a superhero movie because it's just like this big monster. It's like a Godzilla movie. How many of those have there been? And how many King Kong movies are they going to make? How long can they suck the franchise dry?
A lot of the movies nowadays are actually just remakes. You know, this year, I think the new Halloween comes back out with Michael Myers. There's another one.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Wasn't there like 5?
It just doesn't go away, man.
It's like they just can't think of any original ideas, so they're like, okay.
And I think there's another Friday the 13th that's coming out eventually.
Do they change the story at all, or is it just
No.
like better CGI and better, I don't even, you know, do they just make the movie better than they could have like 30 years ago?
You know, a lot of millennials, I guess, right? They probably don't even, like, for instance, I've met a lot of people that actually don't even know who Michael Myers is.
Really?
Yeah, in recent times. And that's actually really surprising because there have been a few versions of it in the 2000s, but I don't know. I mean, I grew up, I was watching Michael Myers when I was like 2 and 3 years old.
Oh, wow.
Not sure if that's the best thing for a kid.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I've known who he was for a long time.
You've been well acquainted. You guys have been friends for pretty much your entire life. Yeah, I'm just not happy with all these remakes and, you know, why not make a new big monster? Does it have to be King Kong? Can't you just like, I mean, there's a lot of different ideas there. You even like look at all the different monsters that there are on all these MOBAs we have nowadays and just pick one of them.
What about
like
the Kongdu monster?
Yeah,
That's
what
pretty
you know.
scary.
I'm always scared when I come into the arena whenever they're playing. That's for sure. So I mean, I can see where you're coming from.
We talk about the game, but there's nothing really happening right now. Crash is about to come up to top lane. He's going to crash his way into finding nothing.
Yeah.
Let's go back to talking about movies.
Well, you even look at like Aurelion Sol, you could be like, well, this is probably given a bunch of bad.
Aurelion Sol, if he had a chroma that was white, that would be like, what is his name? Folor or something, or full, I don't know. In the Neverending Story?
Oh, I never saw
Folklore
that.
or something? I don't know. Begins with an F.
But maybe you can make a scary story off of like this legendary dragon. You know, you go look at Pokemon, there's so many of those. Okay, hold on, we're about to have a fight. Can he land the dredge line? There it is, and lots of damage going out onto Fly. He does have the flash, but he uses it and goes down anyway. Tempt with the follow-up. Not even sure that he needed to use that, but in the end, does pick up first blood anyway.
And a very interesting start for BBQ as they get the first blood in the lane where Tempt is going to be able to convert that very nicely into a lot of aggression onto Fly now coming up. And we can see this one more time. Crazy landed the max range dredge line, and obviously the grounded came out. And Fly was actually going to die to the poison anyway, but Tempt flashing needlessly. So in that regard, Longzhu catches a little bit of a break, but still lots of pressure now in mid, and Bless continuing to farm up, Crash trying to farm up as well, but this has really just been one of the problems for Longzhu, where Crash just seems completely aimless for the entirety of early game, almost regardless of what he's doing, especially in this series tonight. And you have to wonder, for instance, why are they putting him on Kha'Zix if that's going to be the case? He has a lot of potency in mid lane and top lane, and yet a lot of his paths are not lining up properly.
Yeah, I mean, he just was not anywhere in the vicinity of that gank when it was coming out, and it was a good rotation down as well by Crazy. Just to get there, there was no vision, no wards planted by Xpassion. They had no idea he was coming. And Fly not even choosing to flash the dredge line. It seemed like he could kind of just dodge that, but after he got hit by that and the miasma came out, then he was kind of screwed. So it seems like Crash trying to make something happen down towards bot, but gets spotted out. And Bless going to take that opportunity to come in here and steal the red. It looks like Crash may be able to steal the red of BBQ at the same time.
So they're going to go red for red here, but the problem is you can see in bottom lane, they already had too much pressure, and it's extremely unlikely that Ghost and Totoro would be willing to come into that, especially with how much darkness surrounds the bottom half of the map. And so Longzhu, they're going to be able to secure themselves First Blood turret. A little bit interesting that they didn't put all the gold onto Prey. BBQ actually responding to this by saying, hey, guess what? You're not coming back into mid lane.
Yeah, that's not their mid lane anymore. They will reclaim it, though, here in just a bit. I think BBQ revealed themselves a little bit too early, but it seemed as if Longzhu was aware that that rotation was coming in. Now Longzhu waiting for Bless here, but actually it's the counter gank going in from behind. Tem not able to land that. Here comes Shannon in. Crash able to flash his way out to safety, but Crazy teleporting in. Fly is going to meet his maker. Does not have flash. Down he goes.
And another kill for Tempt, and that's probably the best champion outside of Graves that BBQ could hope to put kills on, as he's really going to be the thorn in Longzhu's side this game around, especially because of how his champion interacts against what Longzhu want to do inside of team fights. Now they're going to be able to turn their attention towards Cloud Drake, and what was I telling you earlier, Brendan?
Yeah, I mean, it's
all the Drakes today.
No surprise. It is White Day after all here in Korea for you guys who are joining us late.
You're going to be able to get this, and Mountain Drake actually going to be the second dragon of the game, and that is absolutely gigantic for BBQ. That Cassiopeia will definitely enable them to shred Baron. So you can see Longzhu, Crash, leading his teammates into a crash here, as the setup just really didn't make too much sense, and it's a little bit too forceful. Teleport came in from Crazy, was able to deny Fly from being able to ulti away, and it just ended up being disastrous. And at this point, Longzhu, they don't really have scaling on their side this time. Yeah, they have the Rise, and he is a monster in the later stages, but Cassiopeia, Ezreal, and Graves, no slouches.
Definitely a scary trio of champions to go up against later on.
So right now, the gold lead up in top would tell you that Longzhu's ahead by about 200 gold, but don't let that mislead you right now, as BBQ is quite far ahead in this game right now, all things considered.
Crazy, he just loves the mid lane tonight. Fly does have his flash. And I like that out of Crazy. It's not like he's going to get a solo kill up against Xpassion. And he roamed earlier than level 6 on Shen. I can see a bit of a party bush here from Longzhu, but...
All these coin flippy plays really just need to stop. It's very peculiar that with a team like Fly, Prey, and Gorilla on it, why are you resorting to these type of tactics and plays in order to secure advantages? And it's honestly just a little bit unsettling to watch. Bless now actually going to come in here and steal away the Raptor camp again from Crash, and this is these two camps, the Raptors and the Golems, are the two most valuable, and on Graves he's able to clear them with such ease that really painful. Crash might go down.
Speaking of that, he does leap the wall. Gets out.
Not the cleanest attempt at killing him.
Prey does have his arrow available. If they could land that, perhaps Rise could do some burst damage. Karma is around. Doesn't look like they're going to go for it.
One of the problems is that even if you were to shoot the arrow, if Fly's not in position, Tempt has that cleanse available. So it would be pretty easy for him to just actually run away from it. And yeah, you can see Bless constantly just farming it out. He's about a level up entirely over Crash. Crash will have the rubber banding available to him that enables him to accelerate back into the game with experience, but he's going to pick up these Krugs, and this might actually put him at level 9, so that'll be a 2-level advantage. Grilla been standing on top of a ward.
He walks over control ward. He's not, well, actually he is going to turn back around to try to save this, or rather to take it out, but he does have some help. But here comes Tempt from behind, and uh-oh, the Miasma Fly. He has to flash that wall. There it comes out, but they do burn his flash again.
And again, it's basically the same story. This team comp, heavy reliance on getting proper engages, and when they opened up the map as fast as they did in bottom, it's really just tugging at them to try to somehow find plays, and their unwillingness to rotate Prey and Gorilla up to top lane sooner is actually really puzzling. And it's leading them to be making all of these gambler-esque plays, and they're not finding any success with it. You can see all the defensive vision control from BBQ is really just enabling them to punish Longzhu's forward aggression. The minimap really just tells the story of how this game is actually going right now. Again, Longzhu on that clock can't be feeling too comfortable, and that's probably why they're getting even more desperate with some of the plays that they're making. They've rotated Fly now into bottom, but now they're having to come back up.
Look at this. They may want to convert this onto Expression here. Waiting for that flash. Does come out, and they will not be diving that turret. Not going to get too crazy, but at least they do burn a summoner.
Getting the flash out of Shen is quite big. It does remove Crash's ability to try to deliver him into the back line and then have him follow up with a flash taunt. And now it looks like they're going to handshake, capturing the bottom tier 2 turret in exchange for top tier 1. And if you're looking at it from a viewer standpoint and in terms of objectives, you might think that this is a really good pickup, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really do too much. Sure, you get the bottom tier 2 turret, but you can't make use of that lane. It's 14 minutes into the game. There's no way that you're going to take a team fight that enables you to begin knocking on bottom tier 3 turret. And so all that it is gold that you're getting, but you can't do anything with it. And then the lane becomes so long that it becomes impossible for Expression or Fly to make use of that lane. And BBQ, if they're doing things correctly, they can just lock that up for a really long time.
You can see that they didn't even get that bottom tier 2. So BBQ able to take out top tier 1 and then save that turret. Longzhu just playing it safe, backing off. And now BBQ has taken the gold lead now that they're even on the turrets. Cass still sitting at most, or almost the most farm in the game. Just 3 behind Ashe, but also 2-0, whereas Ashe is not. So now with Mountain Drake spawning here, you can see a lot of focus coming in. No Cloud Drake this time around, no Ocean Drake, nothing like that.
And it's really important for Longzhu to deny this from BBQ. They need to try to find some sort of an angle in a team fight, but you can see they don't have any proper flank wards, so that means that their engage is going to come off of a Stand United here. Fly has a little bit of a mini flank, but it's not the best. BBQ even knows exactly where he is.
Oh, the flash forward. He catches Gorilla. Gorilla will go down. Fantastic engage there from Tempt. Now everybody else from Lungju is on the run. Fly still behind. Looks like they will return to taking down that Mountain Drake. Crazy and Tempt, though, they do want Prey. Gonna try to Rune Warp out of there, and there they do go. The escape path granted by the Rise, but they give up the Mountain Drake and another kill.
And because they knew the angle that they had and that Expression, oh, well, it might not be over yet.
Yeah, and there's the teleport. This is a very extended fight coming in here. Will they actually continue to engage? No, it looks like Ghost able to Arcane Shift out, and that's the teleport down now for Expression.
And that was the flash that was missing, that if he just had it, maybe it could have done a little bit more. But again, BBQ, they capitalized on knowing that Top Tier 1 was extremely healthy. They knew that relative to the vision surrounding Dragon, that Expression would be forced to enter that fight via a Stand United. And so as long as they just had Crazy walk down to it, they could teleport back up to top lane to map to the Shen in the event that the fight would go in their favor. And so now we transition into this phase where Dragon's no longer on the map. Next Dragon of the game is a Cloud Drake, only really going to be super beneficial to BBQ because they already have one. Taking a quick look at the replay, you can see Tempt bringing the action to them. They didn't want Crash to have the luxury of deciding how the fight was going to go. And the Stand United got called down on a target that was never going to enable the channel to finish. And Fly just really out of position leading up to that yet again. He was even on top of wards as he approached it.
Yeah, just kind of being a non-factor in a lot of these fights in the past 3 series almost. It's a bit disappointing to watch. See if he can pick it up just a bit. I mean, maybe I'm putting a little bit too much blame on one person. I think it's definitely a team issue as well, not just one player, as to why Lungju's kind of fallen back in the standings as of the past 2 weeks. They really do need to think about what they're doing wrong here.
They're not entirely out of this game yet, but again, the gold score is definitely misleading. It looks like it's the game would be a lot closer than it is right now. But Lungju, they still do have some trickery that's available off Stand United and Kha'Zix's ultimate engages. They really need to make sure that they can pick a member off and then use that to establish ground in either mid or top lane. Baron's not even on the map yet.
Yeah, and when you're looking at targets that they may want to go for, Ezreal has the Arcane Shift, very slippery. He has both of his summoners too. Lulu doesn't have flash, but has a lot of survivability. And the shields, the wild growth, some slows to polymorph as well. Just everything in her kit could help somebody survive. Tempt maybe with this flash down, if you're able to dodge his ultimate. They're gonna go for Bless here. Here comes the Rune Warp, ends the arrow, and everything does not come together as the arrow just barely sails wide. And it looks like maybe they want to turn this one back around. You know, maybe just trying to defend that top tier 1 turret.
Down in bottom lane, Expression able to escort a cannon wave into the turret. Crazy's gonna get here right now, but with no Sunfire Cape, Expression will eventually be able to just start attacking turrets, even ignoring Crazy's damage.
Yeah, talking about Expression with no Sunfire Cape. And you can see a bit of a boost up towards top as they are still definitely putting some focus on that top tier 1. They've only been able to take down the bottom tier 1. Some fight over some jungle creeps down here. This is ever so interesting. This is the one where we go quiet and just let it happen.
Yeah, just let it happen. Hey.
Wait, where's the action? Come on.
Observer guy.
I was just getting into that. How did they pass by that ward? That was...
I don't even
really
want to talk about this.
That was really interesting.
I'm not happy right now. I hope that we get a real look at the action soon. Oh, well, we might get some action, actually.
If they want a face check reward, look at this Enchanted Crystal Arrow sailing by.
Haley's Comet.
Yeah.
That's what that was.
Let's take a look, enjoy it. You'll see one pretty soon. It's not the longest cooldown.
So right now, Dragon actually coming up in a minute. BBQ would obviously like to capture that. They already have one Cloud Drake. They're just going to get themselves mid-tier 1 turret. And now the map is so opened up. And it's important to point out that the way that it's opened up for BBQ is pretty good. They have their top tier 1 turret, and the proximity to the Baron pit is obviously favorable. And the bottom lane, being as long as it is, doesn't really matter for them because, again, it creates a location that they can funnel gold into their carries. And Longzhu have a little bit of a hard time making proper use of it.
You can see, actually, you were talking about carries being funneled gold down there. Finally, Ezreal is making his way down. Before this, it was crazy with his teleport, but they probably feel no Baron pressure at a Longzhu, so they're like, okay, you can just go down there and pick up that gold.
Bless almost has Black Cleaver completed. Just a few core items that BBQ are probably looking to complete before Longzhu will be forced to eventually fight them. Longzhu pick up top tier 1. That's a really nice pickup for them. BBQ, though, responding with the Dragon. They're just going to actually have Bless solo it. Fortunately for Bless, Cloud Drake is one of the dragons that do hurt Graves.
Gonna let Ghost finish this one off.
Extremely quick now with 2 Cloud Drakes. Next dragon of the game is an Infernal Drake, so both teams certainly want to pick that up.
And you were talking about that spike in the big game before this game even started, where Ezreal sits on Triforce, Muramana, and the Seraph's Embrace. And it looks like Abyssal Scepter is the choice here for Cass. But once we have those fights around the Infernal Drake and maybe even the Baron, BBQ is going to be pretty strong.
Well, if you look at the items on all the champions right now, this is actually going to be where BBQ has their explosion. With Muramana just completed for Ghost, he has that Trinity Force. And Tempt also has the Seraph's Embrace completed. And if you look at Longzhu's itemization, they have a lot of recipe items still sitting around. The game enters into a little bit of a lull phase yet again. BBQ want to fix up their lanes. Longzhu happy to actually let this happen, as again, it would be pretty disastrous for them to take a full-on fight right now. They need to wait until they can get a little bit more items. They did just have Expression complete as Titanic, but that's not as impactful as Crazy's 2 items.
See BBQ traveling now as a team. They have Crazy with them, even though they do have that teleport. They were looking for a pick. They weren't able to get one. Especially pushing that bot lane once again. They're not really sending any of their carries down right now to deal with that. Looks like Crazy might be the choice. Oh, they're going for it. They're going for the Baron. They want to force a fight here. Let's see how Longzhu does handle this. The teleport coming on in, and tons of damage coming out onto this BBQ lineup. Fly from the top side this time is being cornered, though, in a way. Stand United forced to come out there to save him. It looks like BBQ might be able to come back here. No, they do pick up Gorilla on the backside. BBQ, they may want to re-engage here. Ghost, though, does get flashed upon. Crazy, taking way too much damage from Prey. Here comes this Rune Warp, trying to get up on into Blast. There's the slow double kill given to Prey. Another kill going down as Totoro goes down. And, well, can Tempt actually do anything? No. Prey just given so much room to do consistent DPS throughout that entire fight.
Longzhu are going to be able to convert this into a Baron capture. It seems very unlikely that Tempt would be able to stop this. And I do have to say that that was one of the worst Baron calls I've ever seen in LCK.
Well, they earned an award of sorts, I suppose. Look at the bright side.
That. They do get that, and I mean, it was really nice to see Longzhu quick to punish it, and you can just see that. Look at how the lanes are right now. If they were to lose this Baron fight, things are disastrous for them, and it just doesn't make sense why they're so quick to take it. Ghost trying to do what he can. He managed to actually pick off Gorilla with that True Shot Barrage, but you can just see the angle that they're taking. They willingly walked in to fly and crash and pray. There's no way to get onto him at this point, and they're just too split up. So Longzhu able to obviously quite handily win that fight. And it just leaves people looking at that wondering, why did BBQ even start the Baron? They had the Mountain Drake, they had the double Cloud Drake. They were in position to fix up the lanes and use that extra mobility to get back into positions that they otherwise wouldn't be able to. Now Longzhu back in the driver's seat, and even with the lead now. And a lot of their mid-game woes are not really going to be present because it's going to be very difficult to actually just mess up the A move into the opponent at this point. All the lanes are pulsating in their favor. Fly now at 3 items, extremely scary on the rise. And without all the summoners on BBQ, it's going to be even more difficult for them to properly team fight. Longzhu are looking like they're in a great position to take game number 2.
Yep, all just off of one Baron call. One misfire, one mistake, and BBQ, they did have a hiccup in game 1, but they were able to come back thanks to the mistakes of Longzhu. But Longzhu with a pretty obvious response to that mistake and much bigger consequences, as you guys can see. We'll see if BBQ can somehow mount a defense. Special waiting in the wings. Trying to take that one down. Does open up that mid-tier 2 turret. I think that's the 4th turret they've gotten after getting Baron. 3rd or 4th.
And now they're trying to press on with this 1-3-1 variation. This is one of the gears that their team composition has available, and it's being enabled mostly in part due to the Baron. Otherwise, Rise wouldn't have enough ammo really to coordinate this. Not at this stage of the game anyway. Dragon is alive right now, and so Longzhu, they can just make sure that they keep all 3 of these lanes shoved in and in the darkness. And then immediately look to go over to that Dragon.
Oh boy, there's a lot of members over there by the Wolves. Look at how much damage is done to this mid inhibitor turret. After that, Standing United comes out, but Expression will be stunned out of it. But they did a ton of damage to that mid-tier one, that mid inhibitor turret. And now they're going to go for the Dragon. Such a gigantic swing in gold. I think BBQ was ahead by about 2K, 3K before that Baron fight. Now it's 7K, 7,500 gold ahead for Longzhu. So a gigantic swing of almost over 10,000.
Crash just got 20 AD from that Infernal Drake. So 700 gold basically in terms of raw stats going over to him. Can't even imagine what it's actually giving to Rise and Prey.
A lot.
Yeah, a lot would basically simplify it. And so the gold is not really entertaining that up in the top. BBQ, now it's basically going to be a long stall if they want to live in this game. They're going to want to go to the super late game, talking 45, 50 minutes. They want to have a window of opportunity back into this game and look to turn the fights there.
Big difference in favor of Longzhu here, obviously. So many turrets taken out
Bless's itemization as well, a little bit bizarre. He already has the Black Cleaver, and it looks like he's actually going into Lord Dominik's. But the problem with the Lord Dominik's is the only person he's really going to be hitting with the Lord Dominik's is going to be Expression. And that doesn't make much sense. He'd be much better off with the lethality damage onto all of the other targets, as he's not the one that's required to kill Expression.
Well, a very fed Cassiopeia later on in the game will probably have a bit better of a chance of that. Still 3-0-1 and very nicely farmed. So as you were saying, you can see just how passively BBQ is playing, because they're just like, okay, we can't fight you. We just have to defend, defend, defend. Clear the waves. They have an okay amount of wave clear with the Graves and the Cassiopeia.
Right now you can see the Longzhu still trying to make use of the 1-3-1, but the ammo that Fly has just really isn't enough. He can only just constantly escort up the wave, and so while he is with his team in theory via his ultimate, it's not something that BBQ can't react to, and now you can see without the Baron minions, it's even super difficult for them to just get that little bit of turret down.
Not even just one auto attack out of Prey. He's not taking the chance.
Baron coming up though, 15 seconds, all three lanes again, still pulsating into BBQ. Extremely difficult for them to get any vision, and when they finally do get to move out onto the map, it's going to be into pure fog of war.
You can see the pings going down. We'll see if they just make the lane go dark and head straight to Baron. Looks like it. There are 3 control wards all around this, and as you said, there's 0 vision here. They're going to start it right away.
They're instantly going on it.
The blue trinkets come out. They know this is happening, but it's going down real fast. There's the two-shot barrage. The arrow does miss. Redemption coming in. Can there be a steal? No steal. Actually, Prey is able to take that one up. Expression from behind, trying to get the taunt onto Ghost, but he does get out there alive, and that is fantastic. They get the Baron, everybody alive, and they're going hard on this mid turret.
Oh, an interesting ultimate from Fly. Enables them immediately into mid lane. They can immediately now be down to bottom. Tap these minions with Baron, escort it into the turret, but lots of gold actually on Longzhu. They've been endlessly pushing for quite a while, so they're going to want to recall, pick up some items. Now BBQ, it's going to be very, very difficult for them to somehow manage to turn a team fight now. All the lanes are going to constantly be coming into them, not even just because of the Baron, but also because Longzhu have higher levels across all their champions, so the minions on their own are going to be a force to be reckoned with. And Elder Dragon spawning in 1 minute and 30 seconds. That means that potentially Longzhu could have both buffs up. I don't know how BBQ is going to win a team fight.
You were talking about the levels. Bless is 2 down on Crash. Ghost is 2 down on Prey as an ADC. So the big gaps are there. 1 level gaps across the board everywhere else. BBQ grouping up just a bit, but the Ashe Hawk Shot enables them not to be caught, to give them that space to go in and clear out the vision. Here comes the push down into bot. And so much protection for Prey right now. He gets about half the turret's health and damage done. Meanwhile, Expression is up in top. Longzhu in a really nice spot to push this one in.
They don't even need to actually fight BBQ. They can just let the minions do the work for them. You can see Fly constantly escorting minions into mid lane, and I like this. This is a very nice, methodical just execution. It's a slow and steady bleed of BBQ that they can't respond to.
That's another inhibitor going down. And bot inhibitor is very close after they take out this turret. Looks like BBQ trying to engage here. Ghost trying to get onto Fly, taking so much damage. Can they even take him out? The answer is so close, but not quite. And meanwhile, it looks like Longzhu in the back is going to turn this one 5v4. Prey will be able to do a ton of damage once he gets up next to them. And there's not really much that BBQ can do to fight this one. So many minions pushing into the Nexus turrets at the same time. Prey going 1v3, flashing forward. That's going to be the end of this one. Double kill going over to Prey. Cassiopeia goes down well, and game 2 will be going over to Longzhu.
A much better game number 2 there. I really like how they transitioned off of that Baron capture, and the punish that they followed up with was fantastic when they got to that stage, but it was leading up to that Baron, they were in an awful spot, and so it still leaves the question, what are they going to do in game number 3? Because the tale of this series has more so been the teams are both getting into fantastic spots and then just completely blundering. Now Longzhu, they managed to salvage this game, and the way that, again, they finished it was great, but they need to get to that spot.
Yeah, it was definitely an interesting decision by BBQ to go for that Baron. The game totally flipped on its side after that one, flipped upside down. I think we might be seeing a replay here. Okay, so no replay, guys. We're going to go straight to the desk. We'll be back in about 2 minutes. Welcome back, everybody, to the analyst desk. I'm joined by Binu once again to help with the translation. And I'm very curious to see what the Korean analysts have to say about that one.
And who the MVP might be as well, but I definitely agree with you. A lot of questions going up in this series. I would dare say, if I may make a conclusion, I would say that both these teams show maybe why they might be going down some losing streaks as of currently, because like set 1, BBQ coming out ahead, but then Longzhu takes the win in the mid game, and eventually it turns out to a 1-1 tie in the series.
We might be seeing another 80 carry MVP here, just with the most damage being on Prey, but I don't feel like it was his amazing mechanical prowess that he does have, but I don't think it was that really opened him up to do so much damage. I think it was just the way that the team fights were going, where essentially everybody on BBQ was on the run whenever Longzhu took a fight, and so the Prey was just able to do a lot of kiting.
So our analysts are talking about some of the Baron attempts that were going on in this game, and like everyone agrees, very questionable attempts. Not sure what the positioning is going, whether it's justified or not. But it looks like we're going to be taking a look at that Baron fight that gave Longzhu the edge in the series, or this set rather.
AoE damage from Karma and the Ash Arrow. A lot of members of BBQ were already low.
Good little snipe by Ghost there. Easy attempt though, with Gorilla just running straight up the river. And earlier on in the fight, now that I take another look at it, you see that Tempt actually went for another Flash Castle. So maybe if that hit a little bit better, maybe if there was a better connection, the fight could have gone to BBQ, but regardless, they do end up losing it. Of course, Captain Jack saying that Prey, the consistent damage dealer until the very end in that team fight, and asking why Prey is picking up Ashe instead of Jhin or Ezreal.
Well, let's take a look at who the MVP is. Curious to see if they just hand this one over to Prey. And it will be. Did that damage. There weren't a lot of kills in the game, by the way. It was 8-6 in favor of Longzhu.
That's right. Although I will say 600 MVP points, that's a pretty respectable amount at this point in the season. I think number one is Crown with 800.
Yeah.
Faker and Peanut both tied at 600 apiece, so Prey definitely one of the shining spots in this Longzhu team as they continue their campaign. Now, both analysts saying both teams do have areas where they could definitely improve for this final set. Now asking Captain Jack as to what picks he would recommend. So he's basically saying that he was very impressed with Longzhu's ability to stabilize and then shake up BBQ towards the later stages of the game, so recommending more of the same as the composition in set 2. Now we're talking about the Shen first pick. Of course, Crazy, definitely a preference towards tanks with this player, so Captain Jack saying it definitely makes sense why he might prefer the Shen over the Rumble. And Kanata saying that he would really like to see Fly on a very mobile champion like Aurelion Sol, Talon.
Taliyah, perhaps, a little bit later. Anyway, guys, we are going to jump into Game 3 after just 2 minutes. We'll be right back. We're back here at LCK in the midst of Longzhu versus BBQ. It is going to Game 3 tonight, guys. Longzhu able to pull this one back after a questionable Baron call by BBQ. And were surprisingly clean after they were able to win that fight.
Yeah, after they were able to get to that point in the game, they were able to stabilize and basically just outmaneuver BBQ. And if you're BBQ, again, this is match point for you, and both teams here are on a losing spree, but Longzhu, they were looking like earlier on in the season, they were potentially the third best team in LCK clearly, and then they kept falling off. The same can't be said for BBQ. And so continuing to lose is obviously something that you don't want to have happen, especially not to Longzhu here in the current state that they're in the last few weeks. And so we'll see what they can bring for game number 3. They're going to be back on the red side this time around.
Crash is like, please don't make me play Kha'Zix again, I beg of you. Coach is like, no, you got to play it. He's too strong. Crash is like, well.
He's like, how about you give me Graves this time?
You're like, no.
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 So apparently 3 minutes were requested by both teams this time. I hope this doesn't become a standard as teams begin to realize that they're able to do this in the first place, as we were unaware. And Bless very pensive. Perhaps he was the one that made the Baron call. I wonder who the shot caller is for a lot of these teams.
Well, Bless does definitely look very reserved. I don't know who it is on BBQ, but yeah, that Baron call, that takes the cake. I mean, that looks like it was directed by M. Night Shyamalan himself.
The biggest twist.
Yeah. I've seen the movie The Village, and I would watch it again after watching that Baron call. So, you know, I don't know what to say.
Everybody on BBQ. Well, I mean, to be fair, Longzhu looked pretty pensive and frustrated after they lost game 1. So, especially once they like came back but then threw it away again. So, you can't really blame them. It sucks to lose. Can't really put it lightly.
Well, curious to see if we're gonna see Prey on something other than Ashe tonight. Surprised that he hasn't taken Ezreal yet.
Okay, so this sign says, have you heard of the praying meta? You can pray to God, Buddha, Allah, all the different gods, but at the end it has Baron and Dragon. Please let Longzhu win. That's what she's praying for.
I don't feel like that sign is entirely appropriate. Korea doesn't care though. Welcome to LCK.
I mean, one of their holidays is named White Day, LS. So what can you really take away from that? Well, either way, we're gonna go into this pick ban phase. Everything looking pretty standard so far, except this time we have a Rumble ban. They're not gonna allow Crazy to play that this time, as it seems like they've been heavily favoring the Ashe first pick for their team.
And we will see now as Longzhu highlighting the LeBlanc. BBQ going to have the last ban now, and with Varus, Camille, and LeBlanc already taken off the table, this really just enables them to select who they want to target on Longzhu.
Do you throw a curveball and ban Ashe?
I don't think that's really necessary. I would
like, no, you're not allowed to play Ashe this game.
Well, Zyra being highlighted, we'll see if Longzhu actually do give Crash the Graves.
Yep.
And he is being highlighted right now.
It's almost like BBQ asking the question, like, are they still going to first pick Ashe? But BBQ, they've been heavily favoring the Ezreal Lulu. I don't think they're going to pick up the Ashe here, so okay, I was wrong. Right as I say that, the Ashe just swings right through, and they first pick it. So Ghost will not be playing Ezreal this time around.
Ezreal is dead, man. He's a Ghost now. So it seemed like Ghost was actually very vocal about whatever was just going on, and now Going over to Longzhu, they're highlighting the Jhin. And this was the champion I was expecting to see out of them. And it would be interesting to see Longzhu actually go into a very heavy scaling composition this time around, because you have to assume that BBQ might be on edge, given that this is match point, and you did just see them make such a bizarre call that cost them last game. So far, they have a recipe for it. Lock in the Nautilus. A little bit surprising that they didn't just pick up Karma here and conceal their mid and top lane.
Maybe they just really did not want to let that Nautilus go by. Last pick here before the last ban phase. And Shen being hovered down to the last second, and they will pick it up.
Be Shen for Crazy, and the ban phase now, I feel like it's really specific for Longzhu. You probably just target Bless at this point. It would be really sad to actually see him go on to Rek'Sai, as that's going to put all their eggs into Ghost's Ashe, or whatever they do elect to counterpick at the end. Now BBQ actually targeting the Karma. They're going to probably ban it away, and the problem for that, though, is that with the Shen and the Ashe, this enables Longzhu to actually pick Tahm Kench, and Gorilla is one of the best Tahm Kenches in LCK.
Maybe that's their last ban.
BBQ should probably consider it. Longzhu probably, again, yeah, they're just going to target junglers, Rengar and Elise, and force Bless onto that Rek'Sai.
It's funny where we've come, where Rengar makes it all the way to the second ban phase. They're not taking away Tahm Kench. They're going to take away the Rise from Fly.
I don't feel like the Rise was why they were losing. So it's a little bit surprising of a ban there, especially when they even had the option to pick it. Now Longzhu actually electing to ban Kha'Zix instead of Elise. A little bit surprising, as now Bless does have a little bit different pick of the litter. Gragas.
Not sure if we've seen Bless on that champion just yet, but it is getting more popular in the jungle.
Gragas picked up here, and there's the Tahm Kench being highlighted right now. That does look like the obvious pick. They might be deciding on it a little bit longer. They have swapped to Taliyah.
Gorilla with an interesting face there right at the end.
Fly always looks just so angry. I don't even know how to really describe it. Not amused.
Okay, Nami as the potential pick. Another pretty okay. Hold that thought. It will be Thresh. And that face that Gorilla made was one of lots of thought and a bit of frustration, I suppose. Ahri.
And I mean, the Thresh and Taliyah offer them a lot more in the mid game than a Tahm Kench would, but it does force Fly to play a little bit differently. They are going to have a Baron Breaker, but there's not much to be breaking, as BBQ has no stall potential with their team comp. And I mean, picking up the Ahri, this is a champion I've been very vocal about in the last few weeks, where it's basically a more utility version of Syndra in some ways, and she doesn't really have a theme to her. And when you look at BBQ's team composition, it looks like something straight out of solo queue. Whereas Longzhu, you can see that they have a lot more gears available, and their composition is much more versatile.
Very curious to see how Crash is going to do this time on a new jungler. No more Kha'Zix out of him. Perhaps he gets a bit more aggressive. Hopefully.
Well, even if he's not that aggressive, Graves is certainly one of the champions that you are rewarded for just not being aggressive and farming up endlessly. And so here we go, Nautilus, Graves, Salia, Jhin, and Thresh for Longzhu here in game number 3, and it's responded to by BBQ with Shen, Gragas, Ahri, Ashe, and Lulu.
Lots of pick.
Lots of pick, lots of defensiveness even out of this comp with the Lulu ultimate, the Shen W, the Stand United. They do have a way of getting onto Jhin in the backline with that Gragas cast. But here we go, we're going into game number 3, do or die for both of these teams.
Let's see how they do it. Let's jump into it right now on the Rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Taking a highlight here
미니언
of the
생성까지
Chroma
30초 남았습니다.
Pop Star. That's the one that I use as well. What do you use when you play RELS?
I don't play Ahri, I've never played Ahri. You know, I actually know this off the top of my head. I've only ever played 52 champions in League.
Why is that
52.
exactly?
I don't know. I've only ever played 52 champions.
Are there
And-
just some
and
that
I would
you...
say that like 20 of those are like once. Like I've literally played them once.
Are there just some that you feel you just really have, you just dislike playing them? You feel like you wouldn't enjoy it?
I don't know. I haven't
Do you
played
only
them.
play like the top tier champions?
I think that's not true. We know that.
I was enjoying those Warwick Mordekaiser streams you were doing.
The forgotten champions. Warwick's still going to be forgotten even after that rework.
Poor guy. Poor Wolf.
Starting things off though, Bless starting at the Raptor camp. Gonna be slower than Crash's Graves, that's for sure. And now the root also not really gonna do him much justice. You can see that Crash even gonna be able to do his red and then transition into his blue side jungle, and he's gonna have a little bit more potency up there in the top lane as Nautilus gets to control how top lane is gonna go. Crazy doesn't really have too much say in it. And so because of that, Bless even with a very peculiar route, pathing onto the bottom half of the map, not really gonna be able to find too much as it's gonna be unlikely that Gorilla and Prey would be susceptible to ganks, but you can see that Bless actually just going for a, I guess like a pseudo full clear. And now actually Crash with a little bit of innovation.
Whoa, look at this. The flash and exhaust coming out here. The hook does miss. The Deadly Flourish does, though. Is it enough damage? The flash forward, and there it is. First blood given to Praise Jhin, rather, as they struggle to get that one out, but they finally are able to convert a very early kill there.
And a really nice route by Crash. This is normally only going to be possible by basically two junglers, Graves and Olaf, would be able to make this route work. And even the angle of approach was very difficult, but they were able to find a kill from it. And if that Deadly Flourish didn't hit, none of this would have worked, and Bless would have been so far ahead of Crash. And they were committed to it and managed to make it work. Now Crash actually over at his blue.
There were 3 flashes used by Longzhu in the kill in the first blood. Only 1 used by Ghost on the side of BBQ.
Boots of Swiftness actually, first item for Prey. Gonna help a lot against the Glitter Lance.
Good Gorilla. We were talking about that support pick a lot, and I guess this is something that Thresh would open up a little bit more than the Tahm Kench. Not able to find anything in mid though, and is spotted out.
Does get spotted. Does hit the scrying plant. It manages to find some stuff on BBQ's end. Bottom right now is pushing into BBQ. So it's not the end of the world for them. Bless now not really finding himself able to do anything here. He's gonna have to wait until Tempt is gonna be able to hit level 6.
Tempt with that teleport. No ignites, no kind of super assassin type all-in Ahri here.
He's taking the teleport also in an effort to be able to keep up with that Taliyah in the mid game. The Weaver's Wall definitely almost like the daughter of Twisted Fate. Taliyah has a lot of mobility in the mid game and definitely can cause a lot of chaos early on as soon as she does hit level 6. And Prey and Gorilla actually moving up right now.
Lots of back pings. Not sure from which side those are coming from. But either way, they do back off.
And so to some people, this might look like a little bit of a high variance play, but they're not losing too much. They managed to escort the wave into BBQ's bottom tier 1 turret. Now they're back down here. Fly, though, having to use his cleanse. He doesn't have teleport, but he's going to be able to get back to mid lane quite quickly. He does have level 6, though, and so the top and bottom lanes are going to have to respect that. And his itemization is very bizarre. He actually picks up Mercury Treads, so he has no damage stat, and he has no utility like a Lost Chapter or anything. So that basically is insinuating that he does want to make a play happen with his ultimate. And if BBQ reads that, should be easy to actually just shut down with proper vision.
He just really doesn't want to be charmed. Taliyah doesn't swing that way.
She doesn't?
No, she's not having it. She brought Cleanse, she brought the Merc Treads. She's going to build a QSS too. Some burst damage coming out onto Bless. Not enough. Deadly Flourish just missed. Expansion, he wants to take over this jungle.
He's looking to make something happen. He might flash this wall and go in on Tempt.
There it is. Out comes the ultimate. The Ahri ultimate is not out here. There's the Stand United, the flash out of there, and Bless flashing in. Will pay for it with his life. That is a double kill given to Crash on Graves.
I don't know what Bless's decision making was leading up to that. There was no way for Tempt to live at that point. They called in the Stand United, but it wasn't ever going to do anything. And just it was a really nice pickup by Longzhu. And credit to Expression for roaming down and making that happen.
Really like how active Longzhu is trying to be in this game.
You can just see Tempt was not expecting this in the slightest, got locked up by the ultimate into that dredge line, and then Bless flashes in, but really for what? At that point, he didn't have his ultimate available. He's still level 5. Crash is level 7 right now. Gonna pick up his red buff, and Bless just hit level 6.
It seemed like he wanted to do some kind of hero play where he saves Ahri and stops them under the turret, has them eat a couple of turret shots and something. He didn't even have his cask, though. Like, he didn't have his ultimate. He couldn't knock them back. He was level 5, as you said. So he burns Flash and gives a kill away.
So now, I mean, the problem for BBQ is that Bless has no real opening. You look at bottom lane, Prey and Gorilla, for the most part, should be pretty much gank immune here. And now Tempt roaming down, but you have to assume that after how much you've been gutted in the map, that you're constantly under vision. And so how does Bless make anything happen here on this Gragas? And the Graves continues to just accelerate so far ahead. And we already talked about the superior scaling is in Longzhu's favor this game, and they're going to make stuff get a little bit crazy up here in top lane.
Yeah, oh boy, he's all alone. The taunt comes out, the flash forward from Crash, and there's the burst damage. Graves now 3-0-1. And that might be first blood turret. Here comes the arrow. Will not hit any of them. But you can see Bless and Tent are making their way up. There's the there's the cat. I just loved your reaction to that one. You guys couldn't see it, but Ellis was unhappy with that. So, yeah, I mean, nothing really happened. They weren't able to open up any kills. I suppose they do save the turret.
Seemed like an old drunk guy at a bar just throwing his beer can at the screen. He was really mad that his ninja just went down a minute ago. He had a lot of money riding on that.
Yep.
Porsche track racing, but top lane very, very low right now, so Crazy has to be really careful, and if any amount of pressure comes out in bottom lane or mid and forces a stand united, it creates a real threat where Expression might just capture top tier 1. And I mean, the dragon that has spawned this game as expected, as it is White Day here in Korea. Is
the first dragon of every game has been
yet another Cloud Drake. Yep.
Yeah. That's just the way it goes today. Keep in mind that the Weaver's Wall was not used in that fight. So it does have that available. Oh, nice bit of damage done to Tempt, already down to about half health. Does have that passive up, can regen a bit.
Now Ghost and Totoro do have initiative in bottom, and they're getting a lot of good poke down. Bless coming in. Remember, stand united.
There's that hook. Where's the stand united? The Wild Growth comes out. No stand united yet. The cast to block him away. Here comes Fly with the Weaver's Wall. Stand united comes out, but down will go Totoro, and down will go Ghost. There's 5 members now with Expression teleporting in, grouping up and looking for even more kills. Crazy gonna get locked up. There's another one. Now with Graves sitting at, I think, 4 or 5-0. And what a huge turnaround there for Longju, getting so far ahead in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Longju are just constantly reading what BBQ wants to do, and they're so good at punishing here in game number 3. And it probably leaves a lot of viewers wondering, where was this Longju in game 1 and even in game 2 early on? And Crash is just having a tremendous performance here on the Graves, certainly much better than his Kha'Zix performances.
It just seems
Fly
like
as well. Yeah, just a lot more active, and he seems much more comfortable, especially in these matchups. And this time around, again, remember, Longju are the ones with the scaling on their side, and the fact that they're so far ahead only further really exacerbates the problem for BBQ here in game 3.
It just seems like Longju has a plan this time. Everybody's so much more active around the map. You know, even that jungle path from Crash early on with the triple flash to secure first blood. It's just like everybody's on the same page this time around. And you can see just the scores right now. All the kills in fantastic spots. 4 kills on Graves, 2 on Jhin, 1 onto Taliyah. For a gank in mid. Bless does have his flash, but so does Fly. By the way, Crash is here as well. So, actually they may run into each other here.
Bless's roots this game have tended to be a lot more coin flippy than in previous games. Not really finding too much success. It always just, well, hold that thought as Crazy might be.
Crazy in a bit of trouble, but the teleport coming out from Tempt. And look at how low Crash and Expression are. He lands the charm. He wants to turn it around, and he gets the kill. The arrow comes out. That means they will be able to secure the kill, but at least he does trade 1 for 1. Expression gets out alive.
You can see that Totoro and Ghost trying their best to actually shred this turret. Prey had actually rotated up with Gorilla, try to provide some utility with that curtain call. They're turning their attention to mid-tier 1. Ghost and Totoro still haven't been able to get the turret. Weaver's Wall actually coming down to cut off the minions. Fantastic play by Fly.
Wow, really nicely done. And they're gonna get mid-turret as well, as long as they hit it a couple more times. There you go. Longzhu firing on all cylinders here. Everything going well for them across the board.
And we'll take another quick look at this replay. So Crash and Expression really wanted to lock up Crazy and attempt to delete him. Bless finally comes in to shave his favorite ninja. Lots of damage went down onto Crash, and then right at the very end there, you see it was a little bit of an unfortunate situation where Crash getting the kill onto Expression, able to level up, get a little bit more HP, but the Ash Arrow from Ghost came in.
I think he also smited the Krug. Get a little bit of extra health and just barely able to get that one. Coming in now, stealing some buffs, getting the blue. Looks like Longzhu will be able to come in onto the spot tier 1 as BBQ really just can't stand up to this fed of a Graves and even Prey. And with the red buff, this spot turret will go down. There you go. And they're actually going to turn this around. The box coming out. Ghost, lots of damage coming out. There is the Wild Growth, but it looks like BBQ may be able to turn this one. Although Crash still very fed. Gorilla trying to get out there. He will just barely. Crash going back in. He may pay for it with his life, but here comes Expression from behind. Tempt does clean up that kill in the back. Blessed with very low mana, not able to do much. Nice taunt onto Fly, not able to get him into the fight, but really nice knockback there to get Blessed away from the very low members of Longzhu, and they do convert onto a lot of different kills. Only Crash gonna go down here. Totoro, finally the curtain call comes out here at the end of the fight. Last kill given over to Prey, and that is an ace.
What a huge team fight win for Longzhu. They have a minion wave coming up from bottom. They're going to be able to clear out this wave. Not going to actually put any turret damage down as Ghost is making his way down, but we're going to be able to take a look at that replay. Crash was able to dish out a lot of damage and maximize his time in the team fight before forcing Tempt to flash in to get the final kill onto him, and that really just hurt Tempt's ability in the team fight as he already had his ultimate committed, no more flash available, couldn't really get in on any of the members or targets that he wanted to. And Expression just too tanky for BBQ to do anything, and now we're almost at a 10,000 gold lead here at 17 minutes. This is something that you normally only would expect to see out of SK Telecom.
Yeah, Longzhu has been relatively clean after getting that early lead too, so it's not like they're getting the lead and then throwing it away, as they and other teams have done in past games. I think Taliyah got all of that farm. Bless is not allowed to farm his own jungle.
And now Prey and Crash dishing out a ton of damage to that turret. A little bit surprised Crash actually backed up. I think that they could have gotten this turret. Or maybe not completely, they definitely could have gotten it to about 100 HP. A little bit of indecisiveness there, and now Prey and Gorilla making sure that they keep this wave shoved in, and in doing so, it's enabling Crash to further counter jungle Bless and just get more and more advantage over him. Gromp's still alive. Crash probably just gonna pick that up right now. Yep. Mountain Drake gonna be the attention that they turn to now, and so take a look at this. Play came out, they started off the fight onto Ghost. He was able to flash in a really nice position, get out of the box. Crazy came in, taunted up Gorilla. They couldn't quite lock him down as he flashed away, and Crash, maximum taunt value, trying to demand attention from the members of BBQ, forcing Tempt to ult and flash prematurely. And then whose girl is it anyway, as Expression and Gorilla fighting over that with their two hooks. Tempt was very tempting, that team fight.
That's what you would expect out of the Foxy Ahri, I guess.
Pop star Ahri, man. Everyone wants a K-pop star. Now headed back to live. Longzhu did pick up the Mountain Drake, so Baron definitely on the table in a minute. Should actually be able to pick up the Rift Herald if they really want to. Would be surprised if they don't. They still have 30 seconds to do so, and why not? Top lane is fantastic. I think it was actually pushing into Longzhu, so they definitely had the opportunity to capture Rift Herald, and it wouldn't really have been much of a loss. You'd have bottom lane coming into you, which you had Expression moving to anyway.
Look at all the vision they have in the red side jungle, too, of BBQ. There's no way that BBQ can just run up in there and try to start a fight with them when they're 10,000 gold behind. So I definitely agree with you. I guess they just had their sights set elsewhere. They really just wanted to push this sooner rather than later.
Now BBQ. Oh.
Flight garnering the attention of 4 members of BBQ while top tier 2 is pushed. And he wins in the trade in the end.
Man. Longju just constantly keep knocking turrets down. They go where they please and they take whatever they want.
There's the arrow. They do hit Crash into the cast Charm, so lots of CC onto Crash, but he lives. And there is the curtain call. Tempt will be knocked up. Ghost, though, in a bit of it's crazy trying to taunt to guard everybody on his team. And eventually he does, but lots of low members on BBQ. And here comes the wave. They should be able to easily pick up this turret.
Bless really just trying to pray right now that his team's going to be able to find some sort of a combo to get them back into this, but not sure exactly what they're going to be able to do. They're down 6 turrets and 2 dragons. If it wasn't for the 2 kills, Longju would be on pace to perfect game them here in game 3.
Yeah, poor Crash being focused down so much in this game. He got such an early lead that everything is being used on him. Every CC in the book that BBQ has to their ability to use.
And that's not really going to be able to do too much. And it just feels like BBQ are constantly struggling to secure any sort of vision around any part of the map.
Yeah, there's nothing, and there's so many wards down in this jungle.
And we've seen Longju get to this point before in game number 2 after they got the Baron. They can get to this stage of the game, and this is where they feel a lot more comfortable than these opponents of theirs. And we know that they have the ability to close this out in a slow and methodical manner. Now it all just becomes a tug of war on the vision around BBQ's red side jungle in order to enable Baron, but honestly, where is BBQ right now as their mid tier 3 turret taking a ton of damage?
Tempt just recalled, I believe, and was not there to help defend that. The other 3 members were up towards the top lane. It was a good read there by Prey to just walk on in with the red buff, tap it a bunch of times, and get it down to about half health. More vision denial. They're only going to have the Hawk Shot eventually. Not sure about this Baron play. There's the Weaver's Wall, though, using that to block out the members of BBQ here for quite a while. Down it will go, though.
Well, we've seen Baron throws before. Bless would need to be a superhero in order to keep BBQ alive in this game.
Well, there's the stun coming out, only hits Expression. Moving on in, and no, he does not get it. And oh man, this is going to be a slaughter. Down goes Bless. There comes the curtain call. The 4th shot hits Ghost in the back. Expression coming in, and here comes Fly, the assassin. So many low members of BBQ, everybody flashing and trying to get away. Ghost getting locked up. Nice job there by Prey. That's going to be just 2 kills, and the Baron going over to Longju.
Now the top turret poised to fall as all the members are waiting there. And honestly, without Bless and Ghost, the inhibitor is going to fall as well. Don't think that Longju will actually push on to the Nexus. They'll probably just rotate to mid lane as Gorilla is escorting in those minions. Expression actually cutting off the members of BBQ from going to the mid lane to interrupt that. Now they're going to be able to probably capture mid inhibitor as well before backing off. And
Oh, and they might even be able to start a fight too. Totoro hitting a bunch of damage. In comes Cray with the taunt onto Crash, who's outputting so much damage, will not go down, takes out Lulu in the back, didn't even see her go down. Shen, doesn't matter how tanky he is, he will also get picked off. Tempts a nice little play there, but will pay for it with his life. Ghost just desperately trying to take away the minions. It looks like that will be game 3, going over to Longju in very fast fashion, unless BBQ can somehow pull this back. Not a lot of mana here on Expression, and Ghost is kiting him for quite a while, but Ghost will, oh, so close! Will die to the cannon minion there with the Baron buff.
At the very least, they should be able to get one of these Nexus turrets.
They're still fighting. And Blast, so many low members, how are they not dying? Crash has 19 health, had less before that. And they do finally take out the turret. It's almost like they're playing with their food at this point. They're almost 20,000 gold ahead.
18,000 gold lead at 25 minutes. This is almost unheard of. Tempt teleports in. He might actually die.
He's not even gonna kill him.
He just ended his whole career. He just did.
Oh man.
Oh man. Oh, I don't even know what to feel right now for Tempt.
That's gotta feel real bad.
The lone teleport in the base. They don't even care at this point. This is just about styling on BBQ. They're looking for some BBQ chicken, man.
Yeah, they want to fry him up real good with that olive oil they love to talk about. Either way, that's going to be a triple kill, and that's going to be game 3 going to Longju in 26 minutes and 13 seconds. And finally, they pull themselves together and have a very, extremely one-sided game over BBQ.
Tempt's whole career will be summed up in whoever just made a Clips TV of that, or a GIF. Oh man, that's really painful. And I mean, what a domination of a game number 3, completely different from game 1 and 2. And if Longju could play like this all the time in recent weeks, things would certainly be a lot better off for them. BBQ looking a little bit demoralized after that loss.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, this is kind of what Longju looked like in the beginning of the season, where they got a lot of their wins. Finally, even though Fly wins, he still looks a little bit sad. Not exactly sure why.
Take a look at this team fight right here, and this was an extended team fight where Longju pooling a lot of gold, but even still just had the firepower to take this fight that much further. Crazy couldn't quite get onto anyone. Flay locking back everyone up. Les couldn't find an angle onto the carries. And then right there, Tempt, he was able to get Prey, but it came at the cost of his own life. And they turned their attention to the Nexus turrets a little bit, not on the same page as they were attacking different turrets. And then Ghost came in, bless Gragas' belly a little bit bigger than it appears. And then Ghost almost able to live right there, but the super minions, or the Baron enhanced minions, able to help out. Longju should at least be satisfied. They end their losing spree.
And we see Crash on not Kha'Zix, and he has one of the best games I've ever seen on a Graves, and does really well with it. So, guys, we are going to be headed to the MVP interview and analyst desk after just 1 minute. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everybody, to the analyst desk. I'm joined by Binu, who just arrived. And we're going to find out, well, we're going to take a look at the result and find out who the second MVP was. Probably Crash.
Yep. I think Fly made a case, but definitely Crash after, those highlight plays at the end. And I'm so glad this Game 3 happened regardless, because I don't know about you, but me personally, I always prefer one-sided games. I feel like they're much more exciting, and Longzhu definitely looking one-sided here.
Yeah, they brought it to them. That's for sure. 24-4. Almost 20,000 gold lead at the end of the game.
Fly on that Talia as well. I really love watching Fly on such a creative champion like that. Like I always say, he is the oddball, but I think the moment that stands out for me in this game was when he defended the tier 1 bottom turret using the Weaver's Wall, blocking the minions, blocking the champions from getting near. Although, like you said, Crash definitely deserves the MVP.
No surprise here. I mean, the other guy who had a fantastic game was Prey. I don't think he died at all. He had like a crazy KDA, but still Crash just opened up so much in the early game and got so many of his lanes far ahead. He was doing a ton of damage in a lot of those fights. And had a cool outplay there at the end of the game as well.
From start to finish as well, the first gank, just heading straight to bottom lane after his first couple of camps. I think it was very daring, but worked really well for Prey and Gorilla as they kept that lead and snowballed it into a victory. Nevertheless, we do have Crash and Prey on the interview desk. So first question, you have a comeback victory and you end your losing streak. How do you feel? So Prey says, during the losing streak, I focused on, not trying to be aware of all the pressures, somewhat of the psychological difficulties when you're in a losing streak, but he tried to refresh it and keep it as a perspective of, you know what, let's go back to square one. Now, Crash a little bit more apologetic, saying, I was bad. I'm sorry I was bad, but I'm trying to regain my form. I'm trying to get my sense back, so asking for a lot of support from the fans. Now, speaking on how the series went, Prey says he was really upset at himself at set 1 because he felt like they just gave away too many freebies. Now, speaking on his champion picks, Prey says, if I played Ezreal, that would be a different story, as he has a high performance potential. He has a high cap. However, he doesn't provide any CC, so he tried to focus on a lot more supportive AD carries, as we saw today with Ashe and Jhin. Now, speaking on potential opponents, I believe Prey says, I can't really be too daring with my words, but I believe we could beat anybody as long as we have the confidence. Now talking about that BBQ Baron attempt to Crash. And Crash says, to be honest, I felt like the opponent really gave that to us rather than us playing well. However, he does say, at the same time, it does require some skill, some merit in order to really react properly to that. Talking about that early gank in set 3. Why did he head to the bottom lane straight from the beginning? So Crash saying, well, if you look at the enemy bottom laners, they were both walkers, and walkers being the Korean term for immobile champion. So he says, I felt like it would end up well because they're both walkers, and that's why I headed there. That was the plan.
That's an interesting way to to say that.
And Prey, with a humorous take on it, saying, complimenting Crash's words by saying, we definitely agreed and we called for the gank, and if that gank didn't go off, we probably wouldn't be saying this now. Of course, the gank in question although they did invest a lot for it, all 3 flashes blown. So regarding that gank onto Ahri in the mid lane, Crash says, you know, I actually wasn't too sure, but Fly was being so vocal, Fly was being so assertive that this gank needed to happen, and I ended up going there and got a free kill out of it. Now speaking on some of Gorilla's performances with that Thresh, Prey says, it was basically all up to whether he could land that first hook or not, but they had a lot of confidence. The Hyungs, I believe he said, basically the older players on the team had a lot of faith in that they were going to follow in on that Thresh hook no matter what, and looks like they did pretty well for it.
Of course, the outplaying question dodges the charm, also the Q, I believe.
And Captain Jack asking about that play as well. What was that like, Crash? Tell us about it. Not too descriptive, basically he says, I thought I died, but turns out I actually won the fight, so I feel good about it. So again, how did you feel after you knew that you overcame your losing streak? And Crash says, the coach and the head coach held on to me really firmly. You know, they stuck by my side, and he's very thankful for that. And Crash says, the teammates as well, they went through a lot. Of course, he apologizes because he says, I'm just really bad. So Crash, very apologetic today.
Depressing interview.
But finally, what would Prey like to say moving forward? So Prey says, we all started the second round with pretty low morale, and we have to face SKT and KT along with a lot of bottom table teams, so it looks like we're going to have to really hunt down those bottom tier teams. Crash also says he's going to be working hard to improve his performances from now on as well. But it looks like that's the Longzhu game plan for the rest of the season. That's the MVP interview with Prey and Crash.
You could see how excited Crash was like towards the end of that game, so gotta hand it to him. He finally had a really good performance to prove to everyone just how good he is. Anyway, guys, we're gonna take about a half-hour break. When we come back, the Jin Air Green Wings versus KT Rolster.
Tell me what you say when the mood's right. Sitting on the bed in the back of a room. We can hit it off if you want us to. Whoa, whoa, I learned to cover you. Some girls like the boys who are fast. Some girls like making it last. Who are you? Some girls got so much to prove, but those girls got nothing on you. Who are you? Who are you? Won't you tell me now? Won't you tell me now? Tell me what you love, is the sunlight? Tell me what you feel, is it alright? Sitting on the bed at the back of the room. We can get along if you want us to. Tell me what you want out of this life. Tell me what you say when the mood's right. Sitting on the bed in the back of a room. We can hit it off if you want us to. Whoa, whoa, I learned to cover you. I learned to cover you.
Welcome back, everybody, to LCK Spring 2017. We're about to jump into the second series of the night. It's going to be the KT Rolster team versus the Jin Air Green Wings. And this should be one of our more one-sided matchups. We did go all the way to Game 3 in our first series of Longju versus BBQ that Longju was able to pick up. But I'm expecting KT to pick this one up.
Yeah, and this is a battle of polar opposites in a lot of ways, where Jin Air Green Wings, I mean, it is expected to have them have a 40, 50-minute game. KT, though, no strangers to straight-up aggression. And so the question for me is, can Jin Air actually manage to stall the games out to that point against the KT team, or is KT going to be able to overwhelm Jin Air just too quickly before they can actually stall out the games? And it'll be interesting to see what sort of drafts Jin Air brings to try to counteract KT's aggressive drafts that they've been favoring in recent weeks, even though they're certainly no strangers to controlled and scaling team compositions.
Yeah, I think Jin Air definitely has to hit the drawing board and say, okay, what can we do? What band should we go with? And I'm very curious to see who's going to be on blue side first as well. Look at this. He's like, I want to take the last train home, KT Whiting. So what he's trying to say is, I want you to win in a 2-0 fashion and go with that so I can go home quicker. We'll see if that does happen. We are going to start with Jin Air on the blue side.
And the last time these two teams met, they had some pretty long games. They had a 37-minute game and a 44-minute long game. Certainly longer than most of KT's other series. Jin Air Green Wings starting things off a little bit differently than most other teams on the blue side, and leave it to them to do so. No Malzahar being banned yet on the blue side.
Can't remember the last time I saw a Malzahar game. And a Karma ban coming through here for KT.
And that's primarily because Jin Air Green Wings were the ones to ban away the Rumble and the Camille, so
it's the Glad plane.
now KT actually gets to decide whether or not LeBlanc is going to get through, and as I say that, they are highlighting her.
The answer is no. Warwick, is that really going to be the pick here for Jin Air?
I can't expect to see Warwick come out. Umti now going to be on that Graves. And he is the best jungler in the current patch, so it's no surprise to see him picked up immediately.
By the way, Malzahar is still left open. You were talking about that ban. So maybe, okay, we are going to see it here. And they already banned out the Karma. So perhaps this was their plan from early on in the ban phase. Try to get that Ashe Malzahar combo down in bot.
Let's see what Jin Air Green Wings can do versus the Malzahar. You would suspect that they have something prepared if they were willing to let it through, but instead, they just have the Jin Zyra, which is a very standard matchup against it. Teddy going to get his Jin, though. He is one of the famous Jin players here in Korea. Probably alongside Soul outside of the big 80 carries, obviously.
So Rengar to end this pick phase. We had some stats on Lulu for both of these supports. Modest 3-0 on Lulu. Snowflower was 2-0 on Lulu. And neither side picks Lulu. So not going to try to extend that winning streak.
Now we go into the second ban phase. Talia being banned away immediately by KT. Way off of Kuzan.
Kuzan had another pick that he was famous for, I think the Corki, right? But his missiles got nerfed in 7.4. We still see him from time to time with some different compositions. It's still an option as it's not banned out yet.
Banning away Ahri is Jin Air Green Wings. Now KT have the option of the last ban. Looks like they're banning away Syndra Now, Jin Air, their team comp up until this point doesn't really have that sort of vibe that, you know, there's a ton of scaling. I mean, there is scaling in the Graves and the Jin, but they do still have the option to shift towards a more mid-range or even early aggressive comp, which is not something that we would expect out of them. It's also very interesting to see that KT elected for Ashe again as priority when Deft is one of the best Ezreal players in the world, and now KT, they will be going with their control compositions. The Orianna comes out. We'll have a lot of synergy with that Rengar and whatever they elect to give Smeb on the counter pickup in top lane. And remember that Shen is still on the table. So Jin Air Green Wings, if they lock in that Nautilus, it's a very real possibility that Shen could come out.
Shen Rengar.
Shen Rengar Orianna.
Yeah, well, and a pretty nice pick bot lane. And we're going to see Vlad come out again, potentially. It gets locked in right away. Hasn't seen too much success here so far in Korea. And there's the Shen immediately. I mean, you saw this coming miles away, and it's just picked and locked in. So there you have it. What do you think about this draft?
Well, Jin Air Green Wings composition has a very mid-game explosiveness to it, and KT, I mean, they have a lot of early game potential. They have a lot of mid-game potential that comes down to synergy and an ability to coordinate with it, which obviously KT are no strangers to doing with the Shen. And then they have a lot of late-game components available to them as well. Although Nautilus should be pretty impervious to getting shut down by the Rengar and the Shen as a 2-on-1 dynamic, as they try to raise a bottom tier 2 or tier 3 turret. So it'll be interesting to see KT's take on this, but fireworks should probably begin to fly around level 6. And if Jin Air is going to try to make any pressure come, I don't know how exactly they're going to do it. It's very difficult for Umti to find any opening in mid and top.
So, going over the compositions once again, Nautilus, Graves, Vladimir in the mid lane, Jin and Zyra down in bot. We got Shen, Rengar, Orianna, Ashe, and Malzahar.
Not the most aggressive team comp that we could have expected out of KT here tonight. And we're heading into match right now.
Yeah, so let's see how it's going to happen in game number 1. Jin Air versus KT on the Rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
So we figured it out right before we went live here for the second segment that studio's not super filled up as it usually is, especially for a KT game.
Yeah, usually it's sold out. You can't even actually get tickets at the door when KT or SKT are playing.
But today is White Day in Korea, as we mentioned many times, which means it's like kind of like Valentine's Day, except the girls have to give, you know, chocolates, gifts to the guys.
I wonder if that's with all the Ashe picks today.
Maybe that is it.
Maybe that's it. They're trying to deliver their candy arrows to
We
their
got
opponents.
the lovely Orianna in mid.
There's no other holiday coming up in Korea, though, after this, right? This is probably going to be it.
There's
for a
like
while.
Rose Day in May or something.
Isn't
Some
there the
obscure
adult
one.
day or something?
There's like Children's Day too. There's an adult day as well.
There's some day where like kids
Like
celebrate
parents?
that they're officially adults. Or
Oh.
something. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
You know what
I
I'm talking
think
about right now? I'm talking about this this leash at the very start. Iksu came up empty. I'm
Poor
not
guy.
talking about Umti. He's down there doing his Raptor camp. And then he's probably going to transition into red. And looking at how bottom lane's playing out, I don't really see an opening for Umti to go down to bottom with any of that cheese. But you look at all of the lanes and you ask yourself, how does a Graves get in on any of this? How does he find a gank up in top? How is he going to coordinate one in mid lane? Well, unless KT really misplay, and Umti actually smiting Scuttle Crab. And Graves is actually fantastic at taking Scuttle. He gets level 3 off it, so I guess he has smoke screen, and yeah, Score knows that he's there. Oh! Oh, that's really big, actually.
So interesting route here from Umti. He's coming around again. Oh, he's seen though, just barely. But he really wants to fight Score in the jungle right now. He's getting pretty low. He might force the flash, not quite.
Has that red buff, which is doing quite a lot of damage. Blue buff did reset though, and it's gonna certainly put a dent in his clear speed of it. Ixu now moving down. I like how active Jin Air Green Wings are being right now. They're really bringing the aggression to KT. Mata coming up. Those Voidlings are going to prove to be quite obnoxious. But Umti able to secure away the blue buff. Not the end of the world, given that it is a Rengar. He would only really benefit from the cooldown reduction that that would offer. And even still, now he's going to be able to move over to his Golem camp. And his second Raptor camp is going to come back up soon. And his path is going to enable him to eat that. So in terms of clears and what we can expect, it's definitely set up for Score to be able to do something. And Umti's just going to come out a little bit ahead in terms of buff efficiency.
Smeb taking an early trade up top here. He's got more minions. Wins the trade. And you can see in mid how Pawn's getting a little bit low on his mana. So Kuzan will eventually, you know, with all that sustain on the Vlad, come out ahead eventually. Once he finds Score again with double buff, and Score doesn't have any buffs. There's the flash, but an immediate follow-up flash. He needs that blasting plant. He gets over the wall. MT's still on the chase, though, and here comes Kuzan. And with no flash here for Score, that's going to be first blood given over to Kuzan in the mid lane.
And that's a really big pickup as well. He has the Dark Seal, so he's going to get some nice stacks on that. Look at how hurt Pawn is. Kuzan shoving in mid. A little bit surprising to see that Umti doesn't actually just stay in further.
I think that's going to do it. Yeah, there it is. Just barely. The last or the second to last tick on that Ignite gets him in mid. And that's 2 kills going over to Vlad at 5 minutes into the game.
Not going to say anything, Brendan. I don't.
Your face looks very shocked.
I don't get how that ever happens at this level of play, but Kuzan is in a dream spot right now. And look at Pawn. He's being so greedy for this extra gold, and it's not even that he needed it. He already had the Lost Chapter gold, and so really, what are you greeting for at this point? You don't need the CS to get the level 6 spike, because you know that Kuzan already is guaranteed the level 6 spike ahead of you because of the kill that he got on to Score. So really bizarre choice by Pawn ends up rewarding Kuzan so much. And honestly, this Vladimir is in such a abnormal spot in the sense that he's so far ahead compared to where a Vlad normally would be right now. He's about really a level and a half ahead of Pawn. And what is going on? Score.
Poor Score. He's going to get found again, and he does smite his Gromp away at least. But he's just being chased around his own jungle. I have to say, Jin Air did win their last series against Longju. And, I mean, they looked a bit better, so, you know, obviously a mistake in mid lane out of Pawn, but still, you know, the aggressiveness out of Umti thing, they're looking a little bit better today.
Jin Air making themselves look a little bit like KT with all this early game aggression. And I really like how Umti is recognizing that, you know, he's not supposed to be able to do anything in the lanes, and
forces that heal, and the flash coming out. The heal of Teddy will give him the speed and forces that Stand United just barely. He's going to flash forward and get the taunt, and that is going to punish Teddy. At the very last second, Smeb comes in with the perfect bait.
That was sort of like out of a superhero movie, Brendan.
Yeah,
where he comes in
favorite.
at the very last. Teddy not respecting the Stand United. Maybe even forgot that Shen existed at that point.
Seemed that way.
But it does come at a cost, and that's going to be First Blood turret being shared between Ixu and Umti. And we're 7.5 minutes into this game, and it's already been opened up. And this is fantastic for Jin Air Green Wings because now they can actually begin applying pressure to Pawn, who he hasn't had any chance to stabilize. We'll take a quick look at the replay. Deft, uncharacteristically, getting caught up and punished for his positioning by Snowflower. Teddy activates the heal to try to go on to Deft, and as the bullet is in mid-air.
He was looking at that one.
Yep. The lights come out, and Smeb appears to turn that around. Mata ended up picking up the kill. Right now, KT down 2,000 gold.
A lot of that mid. 1.2k ahead right now is Kuzan over Pawn with the first blood and the second kill, as well as ahead almost 20 CS.
He's going Proto Belt first item, not the Abyssal Scepter, as he's going full-fledged aggression. He also, again, he has 4 stacks on that Dark Seal, which is certainly helping out. Wow, I really like the change of pace. This isn't something I would ever expect to really see. If he can get the blue, he doesn't. Score picks it up. Score has a level advantage over Umti and quite a bit of CS. Frontal Drake, the first dragon that has spawned.
And he's getting to work on that, it looks like. Some pings going on. Yeah. Seems like he's going to let that one leash. Just going for the Scuttle Crab. Ixu, look at that. He's actually on the edge of that ward.
Oh, we're going to see a flash over.
Yeah, same thing. They were watching the last series. Here we go. MT able to pick up that kill. Ixu wanted to go hunting, but he sets up that kill. And that's a nice one given over to Graves. And they begin to push mid.
Score out of the jungle. And this is just creating so much chaos. Score has not been able to stabilize his jungle at all. And Smeb constantly getting shoved in. It opens up Ixu's ability to make these roam plays, and now they're gonna get themselves mid-tier 1.
Should be easy with that red buff. There they go. That's the second turret going down 2-0 right now in favor of Jin Air.
Kuzan looking like maybe he wanted a little bit more blood. 30 CS lead over Pawn right now. Deft and Mata probably want to rip out their hair. They can't do much for their team right now, at least not yet. Pawn has to respect the fact that Kuzan can light him up really quick. 2-level advantage. Well, that now goes down to 1. Pawn gets the level up. It's really important that KT at least manage to maintain enough control so that they don't give up Infernal Drake. And meanwhile, Kuzan's actually going to do some counter jungling on Score.
Well, when you're this far ahead and you have this much freedom, you might as well. Mid lane is already pushing in quite far. Just moving around this mid lane with confidence, not scared of anything. Bot lane Mata is 6. And Deft is 7, and Mata does have his flash. They haven't tried to set up anything just yet, though.
But a 3.5k gold lead right now for Jin Air. Almost the entirety of that is actually in that mid lane. So Vladimir, a very key part of their team right now. Don't know what the null Magic Mantle is going to go into, if it's going to be a Negatron into the Abyssal Scepter, or if he's going to go Mercury Treads.
we have a bit of a gank up here in top. You're going up against a Nautilus. Actually, trying to dodge the bolas does mess that up, and it looks like he will be taken out here. You can see the flare of, at the same time, Infernal Drake being taken. So they trade the kill, but they lose Infernal Drake.
Not going to be the best of trades, but KT certainly willing to take what they can get right now. Take down Ixu, they're gonna raise top tier 1 turret, but the problem is they can't really handshake this, as that Graves and Jhin certainly gonna be much quicker at shredding through turrets. KT gonna find themselves between a rock and a hard place right now. You can see that they're already behind on this. You have to question, why did they really rotate up Deft and Mata? Couldn't really accomplish too much, and Jhin Air actually even backing off sooner than they needed to, but it's primarily because they know that Smeb has the teleport available, on the hunt available to score, and they didn't want to overstay their welcome and then get caught out by some wombo combos, especially not when you factor in that Def could shoot the arrow from Fountain.
Lots of opportunity to get picked, and that's the last thing you want at this point in the game when you're in a very stable lead. By the way, QSS picked up on Vlad.
Vladimir and Umti don't like it on Umti, don't mind it on Vladimir, because he is such a key part of their advantage, and his longevity inside of a team fight is so important because you know that Deft and Mata are going to try to lock him down. Smeb as well with the taunt. But Umti, not so sure. I feel like he could have just gotten away with the Hex Drinker if he really just wanted to be durable. They're not going to really need to turn their attention to him, and assuming that he's semi-competent with his positioning, I don't know if the QSS is as effective as he's going to hope for it to be, as it's really going to stunt his impact. So I feel like it's a little bit of a premature buy, but we'll see what they can make do with it.
Kuzan's going in, no land on the root. Develop forward, the flash forward from Snowflower. He wants a kill, forces the flash out of Mata. And here comes Ixu from the right side. Immediate knockup on the Deft, and look at that burst damage. Big shockwave, but it doesn't do all that much. And the last hit, it gets Mata in the back, just barely. Max Rain's curtain call.
Why did Pawn move out of the way?
Well, bit of a mistake for sure. Allowing his teammate to die. Maybe he just expected him to get right out of range. They're right at the end. And now, what a spot for Jhin Air. They're going for this bottom tier 2.
They're gonna get bottom tier 2 as well. They have initiative in mid lane, top lane, fantastic for them. They can funnel that into whoever they want.
Looks like KT wants to go on to this one. They get the taunt onto MT. He doesn't have his QSS anymore. He used it. Oh, he just barely jumps the wall. Are they going to go for the flash forward from Score into the brush? And he does pick up the kill. And now he's going on a Snowflower, and he does have red, but he went a little bit too far. Here's the teleport from Smeb, who's going 1v3, is able to pick up that kill. And it looks like KT actually may be able to turn this around. No, Kuzan able to take out Malzahar. Flash forward from Pawn, and just barely enough to take him out. And he finally...
The never-ending series of fights. Huge trades by both of these teams. But KT are going to be the ones that come out ahead of this, as it's going to enable them to regain control over their lanes. You can see they have bottom pushing now, mid pushing as well, and now top is actually bouncing back into them. So this game is absolutely chaotic. We'll take a look at this. So you look at when this fight's breaking out, you look at the mini-map, all the lanes are great for Jhin Air, and then it looked like Umti was going to be able to get away, but then Score says, I'm not done with you yet. He flashes, uses the bush mechanics on Rengar to get onto him, flashes back onto Snowflower, and it looked like Jhin Air was just going to be able to kill him and it would be over, but no, Smeb appears, misses the taunt onto Snowflower, but using his auto attack and the reset, able to get that kill. Kuzan salvages a kill onto Mata, but then eventually goes down to Pawn and Smeb, and in the meanwhile, all the lanes were able to get fixed for KT. And so they're not as far out of this as it was looking like. They definitely stabilized a little bit, but Jin Air Green Wings have been playing, up until that point, fantastic League of Legends.
Very true, and I mean, you have to give some credit to KT. You know, and maybe a lesser team would have just rolled over and died, but the ability of Score to get in there and to jump and secure those kills and allow you know, Smeb to get close enough and just bring them back into the game. Maybe another team would not have been able to do. So now they're going for the Rift Heralds here, and there's no vision actually for KT. If there was, doesn't look like they wanted to fight here.
Gonna just be able to pick up this Rift Herald, put it onto Nautilus, and that's gonna be an 18-minute Rift Herald, so we can assume that Ixu should be able to have that buff for the entire game. Snowflower taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, it looks like that will be the kill. Standing that it comes out onto Pawn to make sure he survives. Last hit, not this time.
Teddy almost threaded the needle there to get that bullet to curve.
Wouldn't it be sick if those bullets could curve?
That would be so scary if you could actually, if there was
like
somehow.
Right towards the end, there's like some kind of angle, or if you take it, they just like kind of swoop around.
Can you imagine if you could use your mouse to make the bullet move in whatever way that you
But that
like,
would be so sick. That would be so awesome because
so creative.
The mechanics would be just like unbelievable, you know? If someone was able to actually curve it around when it's moving that fast, right? These are very fast bullets. And
that would be fantastic.
yeah, that's really cool actually. Riot, please.
Jin Air Green Wings actually turning their attention up to top tier 2. They just keep getting these objectives. Gonna find themselves securing it. Still only maintaining that 4K gold lead though, and with almost all of the outer turrets killed, it's really gonna be a question of what do they get next. They have the Infernal Drake, gonna continue bolstering their stats for any item that they do buy. KT gonna be able to actually take away this red buff from Teddy, and Deft is continuing to farm up in bottom. They've almost got the gold lead to just 3,000, and you know, as you were saying, most other teams would probably just keel over from the pressure that Jin Air was exerting early on, but KT, a little bit too tough. They're still in this game, and they're keeping it a lot closer than most other teams in LCK would.
Pawn just trying to do his best to kind of catch up in that farm. He's been behind ever since the beginning when he got ganked. Or rather, he didn't get ganked. He actually was really low and then did give the kill over to Kuzan. I think he got ganked after that, but still on the catch-up. Not really all that farmed.
Somehow Pawn is now actually a level ahead of Kuzan. Great mechanic, rubber banding is.
That did come in 7.4, right?
Well, it got enhanced, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the changes.
But so far across the board, not really able to much to be accomplished for Jin Air Green Wings because they have no objectives left to capture. And so now KT can basically say, hey, we're not actually going to fight you. We're going to just keep scaling up because we're better at team fighting than you. So if we can get more items for ourselves, we'll bring this game to a point where you're not comfortable and we are. And that's really going to be the nightmare that Jin Air Green Wings has to avoid. They need to keep the pressure up and force KT to fight them. Otherwise, they're just going to fall on their heads.
Well, there is one big objective that's up right now, is the Baron. But can you really afford to just run on in there and go for it if KT is aware of it happening? So right now, before they even want to consider going for that, they're going to clear out as much vision as possible in the red side jungle. We've seen this before. The other objective that they might be able to take is that mid-tier 2.
They're trying to set up for a Baron bait. They have that control ward inside of Baron. Score casting his ultimate. He's just using it as a map hack. He's trying to find members on Jin Air Green Wings. This is not intended to be an engage tool unless Deft pulls the trigger with his Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
And you'd have to have a pretty nice target, you know, because if you just run that into Ixu, you're not really doing much. And both Kuzan and MT have QSS. Well, they're going to attempt to make their move on in here.
This is a huge gamble. If they lose this with bottom lane being the position that it's in, it's catastrophic.
They want to engage here. Pong getting extremely low. Deft, he gets knocked up, and he's going to go down. Can they get anything else off the back of this? They pick off Deft, and maybe they turn their sights on it once again. They're going to clear out all the vision, and no, it looks like Ixu backing up. They don't want to go for it just yet. Although, well, Ixu does have his teleport, so it looks like he is going to come back. So here they go once again. They're going to restart with a very tanky, full health Ixu. They're really committing to this one. And Score, he may have to pull off something big here. Targeted by Nautilus, gets knocked up by that ultimate. They won Score really badly. Huge shockwave does a lot of damage. Score extremely low, and they cannot get him. And KT once again delays this Baron. But here we go again.
One more time. Deft, though, on the map. Here comes the arrow.
And, oh, right down the middle.
3 points.
Yeah. I mean, Kuzan had his QSS, but Teddy, I don't believe he does. Smeb's getting in there.
And, you know, it doesn't even matter that KT don't find themselves picking up anything off that arrow. They get themselves a turret. The gold gap stays at 3,000. They stopped the Baron. That's the real victory. And Jin Air Green Wings, I mean, it looked like almost like a desperation attempt almost. They really tried to keep using those baiting tools. They came up short. KT able to just barely dissuade them from the Baron. And now it's going to put Jin Air Green Wings in a very desperate spot. They no longer have those summoners available on Ixu and Kuzan. So it's not going to be as easy for them to get into the backline and try to threaten Pawn and Deft.
Snowflower missed a ward there right below MT. And I think they saw him walk into the brush. So they have a decent idea where some of these Jin Air members are. So bait wouldn't have worked out again. And now it looks like Jin Air doesn't want to go for that Baron. Maybe they're going to set their sights on the mid-tier 2. But as I say that, they are heading towards the Dragon. It is just a Cloud Drake. We've been having a lot of those today, as it is White Day.
You know what Twitch chat's saying, Brendan? They're saying, how many times are you going to bring this up? Huh?
I mean, it's true. It's, you know, it's a big deal. Mountain Drake is up next.
Well, KT now clearing out the vision around Baron, and they're doing this because that's basically the only option that Jin Air Green Wings have in order to force KT to fight them. And otherwise, KT recognizing what both teams really need right now, and they just sit back and keep farming the waves. Deft pushing out top lane. He's going to recall now. Yeah, the turret's going to go down in mid, but doesn't really mean much, as there's nothing else that Jin Air can really do. You look at bottom lane and top lane for Jin Air Green Wings, looking absolutely horrible. And if you're looking at it from their point of view, it's just very difficult to fix those lanes without giving up a lot of pressure, because Ixu doesn't have teleport available. Vladimir, very immobile.
Yeah, so they're just going to have to do it manually. Vlad goes up top. Looks like Ixu goes down bot. He almost has his teleport up. He's pretty low on mana. Which, if a fight broke out right now, he wouldn't be all too useful. Things going down as Deft gets spotted coming on into that Baron.
KT able to also keep extra tabs on it. It's not as easy for Jin Air Green Wings to go for a Baron sneak with just a control ward, as they have double blue trinket on KT's side plus the hawk shots.
And if you space that out on like a competitive team, you're going to buy yourself an extremely long amount of time, or just vision in general. Give you an opportunity to get in there.
The same song and a dance, KT being super, super passive. By the way, I just want to point out that Mata is level 9 here at 28 minutes. Level 9. He also has a Ruby Sightstone, actually, on Malzahar. Just going for that durability, I guess.
So many pings coming down.
I think it really says something about Mata's understanding of vision control as well. You look at his inventory, he had 3 control wards in his inventory. And he's not itemizing into any items. He's just saying, look, we're not going to actually lose this game because I don't have a Forbidden Idol or Redemption a minute sooner. We're going to lose because we get caught out of position.
Yeah. It's very true. I mean, you see it at the highest level pretty often. You could say the same of Snowflower. He's got 2 in his inventory right now. Sure, they would have that statistic on best.gg. No doubt. You got to keep a lot of control wards. Make sure you can take back that vision.
So the gold lead has basically, for the most part, been stable at 3 to 4K in favor of Jin Air Green Wings for the majority of this game.
So this is a very tense mid-game where it's close, but not close enough that, you know, KT can run in there and say, hey, we're going to take a fight with 1 arrow, stuff like that. It's like they're kind of just holding on. They're sticking in it. Oh, Jin Air's like, oh, thanks for starting the Baron for us. We're just going to start it. And KT 100% knows about this. They have a control ward in there. They can see
Jin Air lose this Baron with how these lanes look.
Oh boy, Pawn, he gets caught, and he wanted Snowflower, but it's not enough. And now Mata's going to go down to Teddy once again. And that's going to be 2 kills going down, and that's Pawn and Mata. So now they have a much better chance at going for this Baron here. Score still has the opportunity to run in and try to steal this. They're just trying to delay as much as possible. You can see Jin Air, they don't even want the Baron. They want another engage. They need to get onto somebody here. Moving really far out, but it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to catch anyone.
KT are so fantastic at this cat and mouse game. I'm not saying that because there's a Rengar in this game. Their ability to get Jin Air off the Baron.
Yeah, would have to 100% agree. It's really just a wonder to watch.
KT know that Dragon's coming up in 30 seconds.
This one's a Mountain Drake, so if Jin Air can pick this one up, all this Baron tease that they do, it's going to make it a lot easier for them to actually take it and not just tease it. Red buff is stolen by Smeb.
Steals the red buff. He also clears the blasting plant, and in preparation to Dragon. I mean, we'll see this one more time. Pawn tries to delete Snowflower, but Snowflower is way too tanky. Mata tries to flash away. Ends up getting sent to the void by Teddy. He's holding the curtain call in the event anyone would come into range. But then after that, I mean, it was basically KT were able to dissuade Jin Air from, again, committing to the Baron.
Are they doing Baron? They are.
Wow.
They're saying, okay, you guys want Mountain Drake that badly? We're going for Baron. And this is already at about half health. This is going down extremely fast.
They can't stop it.
They can't stop it. This is going to go over to KT. Nobody's close enough. There's the curtain call. Can they slow anyone down enough to pick up some kills on the back line? They get score. No root, though, out of Zyra. And wow, KT able to read that so well, just barely takes the Baron and gets away with it.
And I mean, this is basically the turn of events that they needed. They needed the Baron enhanced minions to really force the fight to come to Jin Air. And sure, Jin Air Green Wings, they got the Mountain Drake, but really how effective is it without the Baron at this point? You don't have turrets to capture. It's not going to do you any good in the upcoming team fight in a few minutes. And now because of those Baron minions, you're never going to be in a position to begin attacking the inhibitor turrets of KT.
If it was an Elder Drake, maybe that's a bit different, obviously, but as I was saying before, you know, you get the Mountain Drake, you can push a bit easier, you can get that Baron easier. But KT with just that split-second decision-making, it was exactly the amount of time they needed as well, because Jin Air was so close to, you know, catching a couple of them. They were able to burst it down and get out with everybody alive.
KT's use of guerrilla warfare this entire match to stay in it has been fantastic. And I mean, for the last 10 minutes, that's basically what kept them in it when most other teams in the LCK would have almost certainly fumbled the Baron dances.
Someone gets caught, or they let Jin Air take it because they're not aggressive enough.
Or they commit to the fight, thinking that they're stronger than they are. And KT definitely walked the line. And now they got themselves to a really nice spot.
And Score is going in on this one. The Redemptions come out. He really wanted that fight. The taunt there onto Kuzan. Shockwave doesn't hit anything. They're going to lock down Ixu in the back. Meanwhile, Curtain Call coming out. Mata eating a lot of damage. Ixu still very much healthy here. But they are able to pick up Kuzan, who gets just a little bit too over-aggressive. And now they're getting onto Umti. Can they actually get the kill? Here comes the QSS. So they're able to take out Kuzan, and all 5 members of KT once again do live. So now they begin their push in the top lane.
KT now, they're going to drive these Baron minions into the heart of Jin Air. As Jin Air, they're out of fuel right now. A lot of them are on cooldown. Although Teddy
picks them off, and a lot of the other KT members are very low. Looks like Jin Air definitely wants to go in on this. Can they land that? Oh, Pawn taking a lot of damage. No root, though. The Fire Touch also getting him extremely low. The shield saving him. Snowflower's on a mission. Let's see if he can land anything here. Doesn't look like it. Had his ultimate available, but not quite. But at least they do push KT back.
Force KT to recall for now. Gold advantage still in Jin Air Green Wing's favor, but KT definitely have control of the map. Kuzan trying to do what he can down in bottom lane to shove the lane out, get some more farm. Taking a look at this replay Score, going in on Snowflower. Snowflower definitely a lot tankier than they had anticipated, able to live a lot longer than they would have liked, but Smeb able to come in with the Stand United, taunted Kuzan, locked him up, forced him to go into the pool. They lock up Ixu. Teddy couldn't quite find the kill, and then Kuzan overstaying his welcome. Ended up getting lit up right at the end.
Had Pawn saved his Shockwave for a better opportunity, that could have gone even further in KT's favor, and they might have even taken the inhibitor because, you know, in that case, you know, maybe they get Umti off the back of that, or maybe even Teddy, so he can't flash forward and get the crit. Hold that thought. There's going to be a huge root onto Pawn. He's going to get caught again. Down he goes, the Curtain Call. And so far, I mean, that's like time number 3 or 4 that he's been taken out here. And this means that Jin Air can now push on to this mid inhibitor.
Oh, Score though.
He gets locked up too. Kuzan's going really deep as well. Deft. He's getting extremely low back there. Looks like he will just barely survive somehow. But there you go. That's going to be the inhibitor given over to Jin Air off of 1 pick.
KT have to be super careful now with that inhibitor down. Elder Dragon going to be spawning in 1 minute and 20 seconds. Jin Air have the Mountain Drake, so that'll certainly help with them shredding that. Elder Dragon would be Jin Air's ticket to victory, but also it would be KT's ticket into potentially winning a straight up 5v5 right now.
Game is extremely close. Jin Air just off the back of some very mechanical plays out of Teddy, able to make lots of picks. Some from Snowflower as well. Pawn, I think, has to play a little bit farther back. He has a decent front line in that Shen and the Rengar even. But he keeps getting caught farming or doesn't really land the best Shockwave. I mean, Pawn is one of the Pawn is one of the best mid laners in the game. Obviously, I think we all know he can do a bit better than this. Elder Drake is going to come out.
All the lanes being controlled right now. Basically means that Jin Air need to make sure that none of the lanes are in front of any of their turrets so that KT doesn't have the luxury of being able to threaten them or present them with an ultimatum to get them off the Elder Dragon. And with Baron coming up on the map in 30 seconds, we could see yet another scenario.
Here we go. Can they tempt fate again? The teleport in from Ixu has that home guard walking up in the front. He's really meaty. Here comes Score. He wants to smite it. He gets it. He gets it somehow. He may pay for it with his life though. Getting extremely low. The redemption heals him up. Bit of a shockwave there. Knocks Ixu in the back. But down goes Score. Ixu going really, really deep for this one. Smeb getting extreme low. Ixu finally goes down. They catch Death, but it looks like Kuzan was the one who caught himself. But look at this, KT members extremely low. They may be able to end this one. Smeb, though, with the Guardian Angel, does come back. Will not be rooted here by Teddy, but look at this KT. They're on the run. They do not want to fight here.
Have to be so careful right now, but also Jin Air Green Wings have to be careful not to move into the fog of war against Smeb. They're gonna immediately turn their attention to the Baron. Umti is still alive. Score, though, would be coming up in 10 seconds, but I don't think that's really gonna matter. I don't think that Smeb can get to the Baron to stop this. So they traded Elder Drake for Baron, but the problem is that the Elder Drake is already almost halfway gone.
It's only on 3 members as well, compared to the 4 Baron Enhanced members of Jin Air.
Take another look at this team fight. They go smite for smite. Score ended up picking up the Elder Dragon. Redemption came out deft, shot the arrow at Teddy. Kuzan, though, able to go all the way in, picks up the kill onto Score. Ixu locked up Mata, immediately turned his attention to Deft. Deft wasn't kiting at all. Smeb went down, but he had the Guardian Angel. Ultimate being held so long by Snowflower, absolutely great, as KT would try and hold their ground at that point, not really concerned with kiting.
Umti actually dashed away from the arrow. Instead of letting it hit himself, he let it hit Teddy in the back. So I don't know if he felt like he was going to be more effective in that fight instead of the last couple of bullets of curtain call, but he was essentially the one that let that curtain call end.
Now Jin Air Green Wings riding up a giant minion wave in bottom.
Let's see how fast they can shred this one. Teddy coming in, and that's going to be the end of that turret. Okay, here comes Score, though. Let's see if he can engage with that Orianna Shockwave. Waiting until the last moment. And it looks like they're going to let this one go down. In comes the Stand United. It's a little bit too late. Are they going to fight this one? The lockdown onto Ixu. Into the arrow. Does have those Merc Treads, so it's not the longest stun, but getting picked off eventually. But in comes Kuzan. He's going deep. Redemption comes out, but look at how much burst damage he's able to do. Down goes Deft, and down goes Mata. Pawn with no mana, barely any health left either. And it looks like Jin Air might actually be able to win this one. They're pushing it in. In comes Smeb and Score trying to make the hero defense. Can they actually do it? Doesn't look like they can. Teddy able to kite this one. Able to lock up Smeb. Trying to get that kill, and just barely they will. Pawn with no mana here, not going to be able to defend, and that's going to be game number 1. Going over to the Jin Air Green Wings.
And KT Rolster go down in the series, and Jin Air have to be feeling such a confidence booster. Taking game number 1 here, and also the way in which they did it was also very uncharacteristic. Super aggressive early game, lots of advantages for them.
Sick of people calling them the most passive team in LCK or the world.
And KT might get a little bit angered by that loss. They might bring out one of those aggressive comps that they used against SK Telecom in game number 2, because I don't know really what to say about the early game. It just went completely awry. Score got completely gutted, and Deft and Mata weren't able to influence anything enough, and Pawn was just getting eviscerated in mid 1v1.
Yeah. He was essentially a non-factor for the majority of that game. Like, he landed some shockwaves, but there was no follow-up, and he didn't have enough damage because he lost the early game so hard. Guys, we're going to go straight to the desk. We'll be back in about 2 minutes with that analyst desk. We'll see you then. Welcome back, everybody, to the analyst desk. We just had a very surprising turn of events as Jin Air Green Wings actually wins game number 1 against KT Rolster. I'm, of course, joined here by Binu. He's going to help with the translation.
The reactions to the analyst desk, that says it all. You don't need to know Korean to see what they're reacting to, and it's Jin Air taking the first set against KT. So far this season, MVP has done it. SKT has done it. I guess you could kind of expect that one, but can Jin Air do it, being the few teams that actually take a game off KT? Before that, let's take a look at that result.
So it was a long game. It went to about 42 minutes, which was very, Jin Air-esque, but their beginning was not very Jin Air-esque because they came out firing on all fronts, really aggressive, really just trying to get very far ahead. Some small stumbles here and there, but you really have to give KT some credit for almost coming back in that one and making it a close game all the way up until the end.
That's right. It was a very exciting game as well. Not boring or not, dragging behind, because throughout the entire mid game, it was basically a really intense chase, I would describe it, around the Baron, and of course Teddy up there with that Jhin. That Vladimir Hemo play definitely doing wonders for those curtain call shots as well. So complimenting Ixu with that Nautilus performance. When you normally think of Ixu, you think of champions that like to dive in like Hecarim or Poppy, but I guess Nautilus in a way, he also dives in as well, but the analyst right now complimenting him for his discipline and his decision making, landing the correct crowd control on the correct targets and taking the right engages.
Teddy's so accurate with these deadly flourishes. He picked off Pawn so many times. And this opened up mid inhibitor.
It's almost like he discovered a secret Jhin rune page that tells you you do 200% more damage with Jhin, and he's the only one who knows because his Jhin is clearly something else. It's been that way ever since the Caspa Cup a couple months before the spring split started, and Kuzan as well having a massive performance. I love Kuzan on these control in Korean aggro mages, aggro champions that love to disrupt and really cause trouble for the opponent. When I think of Kuzan, one of the hallmark champions I think of is that Lissandra, right? Another champion that could grow immune and really wreak chaos in that team fight, and Vladimir, a very good fit for him in this set. And Captain Jack complimenting his summoner spell choice, that Ignite. It was an effect in that last team fight we just saw, but also in the early game, early kill against Pawn. Maybe Pawn just didn't expect that Ignite. Forgot about it for a second, perhaps.
So guys, we're going to figure out who the MVP of Game 1 was for the Jhin Air Green Wings. It is Kuzan on the Vladimir.
Well deserved. And looks like it's his first MVP of the season.
Wow.
But he definitely deserves it, I think. Definitely not a veteran mid laner, but at this point in his career, he's been in the LCK for such a long time and very serviceable, very solid performing mid laner for the Jhin Air Green Wings for such a long time that at this point, it wouldn't be surprising to see him pull out maybe a couple more of these performances.
I think it was either him or Teddy on the Jhin. Just some of those pickoffs that he had and his curtain call plays were really on point. But Kuzan was really the one that, got ahead early with the help of his teammates, but then also was really controlling those fights, being very aggressive, as you were talking about.
Captain Jack speaking a little bit more on that matchup. It's somewhat of a contextual counter to Orianna because he could avoid the ball in a couple of ways and stay in lane. And the final point, it seems that that's a huge blow for KT. They most certainly didn't expect this loss in the first set, so we'll have to see if they launch a comeback victory of their own, like the Longzhu gaming team did earlier on today.
Well, they definitely got potential to do it. They are KT after all, but let's see if Jhin Air can keep up the pressure here going into Game 2 after just 3 minutes. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everybody, to Spring LCK 2017. We are in a bit of a unique situation as the Jin Air Green Wings did take game number 1 over KT Rolster in very aggressive fashion. I never thought I would be saying these words, LS.
I don't think anyone would expect to ever read that sort of a scenario unfolding, but it did in game number 1. As Umti really contained score and brought a lot of pressure to KT, and they never really could quite stabilize. And KT didn't have a composition that played very well from behind. Even in the face of that, they did make the game go extremely long, and with some nice Baron and Dragon dances, they held on a lot longer than most teams would. But huge credit for Jin Air Green Wings to eventually bring them down.
We're going to check out the pick and ban phase of game number 2 right now, this time KT on the blue side.
Now we'll see if KT ban away the Malzahar to start things off, or if they say, hey, you know what, we lost with it, other teams can too. It is banned away. Now Camille being highlighted by Jin Air Green Wings. KT.
No Nautilus for Ixu this time around.
See if Jin Air Green Wings do anything unique now on the red side. Varus and LeBlanc still have yet to be banned. And Varus being highlighted, banned away now, so KT, it's a little bit of a predicament where the meta is definitely mixing up a little bit, and there's no really obvious clear-cut bans, especially not here against Jin Air Green Wings.
Lots of strong picks still available, and Lee Sin was not one of the champions I was thinking about. There's still Graves, Rumble, LeBlanc.
Well, KT probably wants to secure themselves Graves as the first pick, and so Jin Air Green Wings probably gonna have to allow that to happen. They ban LeBlanc. KT probably gonna snap pick Graves. See if it happens, and it does. And so now Jin Air Green Wings gonna be handed back over to them, and we'll see if they just pick up Jin and maybe Kha'Zix or Elise.
Well, Teddy was pretty good on that Jin in game 1, so if there was an AD they were going to first pick here, they're thinking a lot about this. It's going to be Ezreal, apparently, not Jin.
And Warwick actually being hovered. They did this in game number 1, but didn't lock it in.
Yeah, it was Ixu that was hovering it. So maybe they're just both trolling. Kha'Zix will be the response pick here from the Jin Air Green Wings.
And now KT, they have the option to actually pick up the Jin. And they could just go for something powered like, yeah, well, I was about to actually say just get the Rumble. It hasn't been picked yet. Put Smeb on that Rumble and then pick up Jin or pick up Karma or Lulu. Jin Air Green Wings, they might try to target away Deft, but that's not something that you're really going to be able to do. There's still Jin, Ashe, Caitlyn available. You can't hit all 3 of them.
So Nami has a response here to the support pick.
Now we go into the second ban phase. Jin Air probably want to at least pick what Def gets to play.
I think that just means that KT is mad.
Yep.
It's in red for KT, but also for Rage.
So Ashe is banned away, and now if you're KT and you're looking at this, you know that top and mid have yet to really be picked. You want to get Smeb, a nice matchup up in top. So highlighting the Camille, banning it away from Mixu. He has played that a lot on the ladder.
The Kled.
Or Kled.
Yeah.
Looking at Camille as I say that.
Hard to look away from those striking blue eyes. They get me every time. Rise is a hover here, so they're not going to ban out 2 ADs and force him onto 1. They just do not want to allow Pawn to play Rise this game.
KT have to decide on their final ban. And Gragas being hovered, and Ixu was one of the original top Gragases, actually.
Ixu kind of smiling as that happens, too. He's like, But at the same time, he looks kind of happy.
Yeah, he does look happy, actually. And
well, maybe that's the reason. Kennen being picked here. Okay, wait. Never. What?
He looked actually really happy, though. So I guess he was preparing for this and hoping that they did not ban away Kennen. So now that is a very brutal matchup up in top lane. We'll see what Ixu can do to Smeb with it.
Smeb, it looks like he's talking it out. Kog'Maw, I think we've seen it maybe once or twice. Okay. Switch over to Talon here for Pawn in mid. So he's going to take things into his own hands this game.
And we'll see what the final pick is for KT. They did highlight the Kog'Maw. Now they're highlighting it yet again. It might get locked in here.
There it is. It's locked in. The counter has been over to Jennare. So we are going to be seeing Kog'Maw again. And Brand, I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't think Diana either. Jennare's been trolling all day with these picks.
Yasuo, this isn't 7.5, not yet. Now back to Vladimir.
There it is.
I feel like Vladimir probably does fine against Talon in mid lane. So I feel like Jennare Green Wings are going to find themselves with 2 very good lanes. And a lot of pressure is going to be on Score to make stuff happen. He's probably going to have to do what Umti did to him in game number 1, stay on top of him in the jungle, and then use the breakaway to apply pressure to the lanes.
Looks like
Fog of War.
Yeah, perhaps the Korean commentators are talking about it too, as the camera shots go from first Umti onto Score. Both of them actually look pretty pressured, I'd have to say. Maybe they both feel like there's a lot of pressure coming into this one just based on the picks for them to perform for their team. Very exciting composition for me on the Jennare side. You know, lots of just, I'm going to dive in and try to kill you, at least with the Vladimir, Kennen, and the Kha'Zix.
And here we go. We're about to go into game number 2. One last look at the team compositions. Rumble, Graves, Talon, Kog'Maw, and Lulu. For KT, and we'll see what Pawn can do this time on the Talon. And on the other side for Jennare Green Wings, lots of winning matchups. Kennen, Kha'Zix, Vladimir, Ezreal, and Nami.
Really looking forward to this one. First game was incredibly exciting, very back and forth. Let's see how game 2 goes. KT versus Jennare right now.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Here we go into game number 2. Curious to see what Ixu picked up in top. Yeah, it's going to be that Dorn's Blade. Dorn's Shield picked up by Rumble.
And Teddy opting for the blue chroma on his Debonair Ezreal. It's always important that we pay attention to these things. This is what really lets us know what's going on. Blood Moon Cannon, the skin of choice for Ixu.
Do you know the name of that Rumble skin?
Super Galaxy Rumble.
Oh, of course.
What?
Should have known that one.
Why? Star Guardian Lulu.
You're good at these, actually.
Thank you. These are the things that are really important. And Smeb actually coming in to get a ward in on the red. Very interesting that Kuzan didn't auto-attack Pawn to generate minion aggro and pull the lane up a little bit, but probably not going to matter that much anyway as Pawn just keeps shoving in. Now up here in top lane, this is going to really be the focus lane. Kennen versus the Rumble. We'll have to see what it ends up doing.
Long hits too. Yeah, he goes in, and the immediate flash in, trying to get that last auto attack. It looks like he just barely missed it. Kuzan will live.
So 2 summoners for 1 in mid lane, and that is horrific for KT. This is really going to put a dent in Pawn's ability to do stuff early on. Score now with a 3 camp into the blue. trying to respond by getting the blue, and Score nor KT are really going to be able to respond to this. And because of the top lane dynamic, it's impossible for Smeb to have gone down to check on the blue buff.
In comes Score now, and MT is staying for quite a while. He's gonna use the blasting plant, and MT says, okay, I'll just try to jump on over, but here's Pawn, there's the flash. And it looks like he might be able to, no, Score's going for it. That rep buff, he wants that slow. In comes Pawn. One more will do it. First blood goes over to Score.
A really nice start for KT now. Score picking up the first blood is really big. He also really skewed Umti's route. Now he's going to be able to transition, finish up his Wolves, perhaps even take his Gromp and then recall. And so far that Kennen matchup in top lane not really creating the most pressure.
Yeah, not quite. Quite even right now, at least. And you can see KT already off to a pretty nice lead in that gold with the first blood, but also, actually, the Kog'Maw Lulu is winning bot lane right now when it comes to CS. Just barely, but still very early, so having a lead like that is quite nice. Generally, Kog'Maw loses early and then gets really scary later on. And taking another look up at top, things aren't as dominant here for Ixu as we expected. Going pretty even. Not necessarily going in Smeb's favor, but he is pushing it in quite hard. Just getting rid of that blasting plant now. It's going to make it harder for anyone to come up top and stop his pushing.
Umti being behind on that Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix really just feels like a much weaker Rengar when faced with this matchup. He doesn't have as much access available in terms of the jungle and what he can do if he were to ever encounter Graves. And Score really just getting to have his way. You can see his full HP, full mana, still with the double buff on him. Moving in now to Umti's jungle, and even though he doesn't find Umti, he does let his team know exactly where Umti can be.
Yeah, and Umti was actually fighting the Krugs on a ward too, so they had a good idea. You could see that Score putting down double wards too, just to say, okay, we'll know if he goes into this side of jungle or if he does not.
Meanwhile, in bottom lane, the CS gap continues to get a little big, but seems like Teddy and Snowflower not really in any sort of danger, as Score's not going to path to the right-hand side of the map until shortly after his red's up.
Having a pretty extended trade here in mid, just trying to discourage Pawn from continuing to go in on that one. Kuzan just blowing his ult. Here comes Umti up towards top, and Ixu's going on in here. Ultimate used. There is the equalizer, but totally dodged here. He's dodging everything. He's not getting hit by any of Rumble's skills. Will he go down there? No auto attack out of Smeb, and that will be a kill going over to Kennen.
And it looks like Jin Air were also fighting back quite heavily in bottom lane. Score.
Oh, he wants this one. He's level 6. He's got the collateral damage. Ixu in the brush. He wants to keep him there. He misses the ward. He's going to flash out of that one, Ixu, and he will get away alive.
And that's a really big turning point right now, actually, for Jin Air, as Score came up on empty-handed. He's going to be able to move in and potentially get the red buff away from Umti, but Umti doesn't know that Score doesn't have Smite. So right now, all of Score's pressure here is just entirely with his end of the line and the collateral damage. Wow, Umti doesn't even attempt a Smite fight. Respects that quick draw and the condensed terrain, so provides a lot of potential for Score with that ricochet.
Kuzan was going pretty deep on that one. The Ignite comes out, but
Just doesn't even make any sense.
Kuzan was...
He's done this multiple times.
They spot Score here, and it's just going to be Umti versus Score. And it looks like the rest of the KT members will get there first, so Umti just blowing his ult, but not able to make anything of it. Just pushes him back. So, see Smeb hiding in here, trying to start a fight with Ixu. And Ixu just cannot stay around, and Smeb was thinking about going even further for that one, but does back off. Oh, that's annoying.
And Ixu, despite the advantages and also how the matchup was supposed to be favorable, Smeb has, for the most part, basically said no dice in terms of the counter matchup, and it's even ahead in CS over Ixu right now. Also up in level.
And Ixu's gonna miss a whole wave too, as he has no teleport to get back to lane, so things getting a bit out of hand up in top, actually. And Smeb just kind of outplaying his opponent right now. Mid, though, is quite nice for Jin Air once again. Vladimir hasn't been able to pick up any kills, but he's very much ahead in terms of this farm.
Pawn down 24 CS in 9.5 minutes here.
Speed up from the Lulu really helps the Kog'Maw get into range when the enemy tries to disengage once he does gain his own extra range.
Looks like Deft actually itemizing for Trinity Force as his first item. He has the Stinger and the Fades already.
Wow, so much damage coming out. Teddy fighting back, though.
It's definitely gotten into a little bit of a knife fight scenario, but...
Oh, there's the two-shot barrage. It does miss. The shield would have negated most of that damage, not all of it. Lands another Q. Oh, there's the Wild Growth forced out. It's definitely a knife fight, very back and forth, but I think the Jin Air bot lane does win out in the end.
Jin Air coming out ahead there. Score moving up to top lane for a lane gank. Not the most common of gank routes for Graves, but certainly sometimes can be effective. Right now, I mean, with the way that the map is, Ixu shouldn't even expect that Score could be here. And he's not going to get the intel from Umti early enough.
Oh, there's the equalizer too, slowing him down. That's going to be way more than enough to take him out. Nice setup by the KT top and jungle. They may even open up that top tier 1 turret.
Gonna pick themselves up the first blood turret of the game. Gonna share it between Smeb and Score. Doesn't even matter that Ocean Drake goes down. It's pretty much a useless dragon at this point in the game. They would need for a second one to spawn in order for it to be good, and I think it actually is gonna be a second one. I didn't see if it changed.
I didn't quite see either. Usually it takes about a second. But if that graphic in the top left doesn't change, then it means that the dragon is going to be the same.
Not the most beneficial Drake, even for Jin Green Wings. Not even just the fact that it's the Ocean Drake at 12 minutes, but they have 2 members that don't have any mana, and so would only benefit from the health regeneration. But so far, the Vladimir has gotten a pretty sizable advantage in mid, but it's all but negated because of the deficit it found in top lane. Umti being forced to flash away. Oh, that's really unfortunate.
A gigantic comes out collectively from everybody in the studio. Everybody knows that feeling. Scorch joining up here, not even trying to be sneaky with this one. Wants to push it in. True Shot Barrage comes out, so will make it harder for them to push, as well as the tidal wave.
And they really don't want to give up this turret, and they don't want to call down a teleport from Mixu, because if Smeb were to come down as well, the Equalizer has too good of a trajectory with how Jin Green Wings were positioned, so they don't want to get into that sort of a fight right now. They want to let Ixu keep farming. He has that Wit's End right now, which is also going to do a lot of work for him and Kuzan in the later stages of the mid-game team fights, but Kuzan still needs a little bit more time until he has that Proto Belt available.
Another thing with this range is you put picks onto Kog'Maw, and it does even just that little bit more of poke, which makes it even more obnoxious. Makes it pretty hard to fight against him while he does have that up. You got to be landing Q after Q.
So going back up the top lane to continue to farm. This is basically what Jin Green Wings needs to do at this point. Let the Vladimir and Kennen get a little bit more punch available to them, and also let Teddy get up to that Trinity Force, although it looks like he is going to go Muramana before going into the Trinity Force.
Some more poke coming out here, but there is the teleport. Score is nearby, and they're going to match teleports here. Jin does not know about Score just yet. Immediately, Ixu gets exhausted, and he wants to back off, although Kuzan was making his way down as well. But there's Pawn jumping in onto Kuzan. Kuzan just trying to get out there, and he will succeed. All 5 members of both teams now partying down in bottom lane.
Problem is, this is a little bit of a runway fight for Jin Green Wings. The Equalizer will certainly bring their plane down. If they stuck around, they're probably going to be forced to eventually concede this bottom tier 1 turret, but KT turned their attention to mid, because they know that Jin can't quite get there in time without taking too much damage.
They may go in on this one. They forced a flash out of Kuzan. Smart for him to get out of there. He knew what was coming with Pawn and Smeb. Equalizer still up. Now mid turret is getting very low. Red buff on Graves. They are going to take this one out and look for more. Knocking down Ixu there. There's the collateral damage, and he does flash out of that, as well as the Equalizer. So he will also survive.
Right now, KT have accelerated themselves to almost a 3,000 gold advantage here at 15 minutes. Score coming back down to bottom lane. Teddy actually checking on the Burrush.
So KT, they do have that pretty nice gold lead. They are up 2 turrets though, which they have been able to push. Kuzan just farming up here. Not much else going on, still pretty passive after we had a bit of action there with lots of ultimates and summoners blown towards the mid. Jin Air just desperately trying to hold on to their turrets, losing them like poker chips.
The next Ocean Drake spawning in 45 seconds right now. Jin Air probably wouldn't mind picking it up, even though it's not of the most benefit to their team comp. At least take that away from KT, but KT probably don't really care too much about investing in its capture. Neither team with teleport up. And Pawn has all but almost closed the gold gap. Only 14 still remains between them.
And it's funny that even though every time we take a look at bottom lane, except for that one fight where Jin Air got ahead, it seemed like the Kog'Maw Lulu duo was doing okay, but he's actually behind about 25 CS. They're looking for something here. Pawn's gonna parkour on over. There's the blasting plant of T and a real amount of hurt here. There comes the equalizer trying to slow him down. He's burning, he's getting really low. In comes Smeb, and there's the collateral damage. Able to take him out, going really deep for this one. Smeb will pay for it with his life, but here comes Kuzan onto Pawn. Pawn will parkour that wall. Now trying to get onto score. There is that ignite. Just needs a little bit more damage. There's the double kill. Will he continue going in? No, he's just gonna be okay with the 2 kills.
So it's a 2 for 2 in the end. Came at a lot of investment though for both parties. Look at all of the flash and spells used on KT's side, and then you look at the ones for Jin Air. Definitely going to be beneficial for Jin Air Green Wings in the end, so we can see that Pawn parkour is over with score. Ixu does his best with the Slicing Maelstrom to lock them up, but Umti was bound to die to that collateral damage in the end. Range just too much. They pushed on a little bit more, and they bit off more than they could chew, because once Kuzan arrived, even though that Storm Raiders procced, it didn't really matter. Kuzan able to stay on top of score, pick him up for the double kill, add some stacks to his Dark Seal. And I mean, in bottom lane, the scores are 0-0-0, but the reality of the situation is that Teddy and Snowflower did manage to outfarm Deft and Mata, even though KT comes up with the first turret of the game. In bottom.
Score's gonna take this Ocean Drake, just because, I mean, there's zero vision around here. Jin Air has lost 3 of their turrets, and of course they don't want to give the second Ocean Drake over to Jin Air, so they'll be happy to take one of their own. Not too much else going on right now, so pretty okay to take that one. Might be a bit of a fight here as Pawn is jumping these walls. He really wants to get onto this. Not quite able to make that jump. He wants to speed up. He really wants Umti to go down here, totally ignoring Kuzan. Gonna parkour the wall, and in he jumps on the chase. Umti just can't get away. You're not running away from a Talon. Not in that part of the map.
It was a nice effort by Kuzan to try to save his teammate, but went down in the end anyway. And now all their eggs, or Jin Air Green Wings eggs, are basically in the Kuzan basket. He's going to need to show up big inside of the team fight. Baron's on the map now. And if you're Jin Air Green Wings, you need to just stabilize a little bit longer. You need to let Teddy get to that Trinity Force. They're giving him the blue buff. Will help with him stacking his Monomune a little bit faster. And he's going to continue farming whatever gold he can to get to that Trinity Force. And Ixu also looks like he's going to be going into the Frozen Mallet as his next item. And that's what they need to do. However, KT, they have a little bit more options available to them. They can really look to just bring the fights to Jin Air Green Wings right now, as long as they get all 3 of the lanes pushing in their favor. So that there's no option for Jin Air to counter with a Baron in the event that they would somehow come up with a win in the fight.
It's going to be interesting to see if Teddy, you know, he played a very crucial role in that first game on his Jhin of just locking down members, doing a ton of damage with that curtain call. Can he be as effective on this Ezreal? He hasn't gotten any kills or assists. He hasn't died, but he's farming very well. Most CS in the game. Can definitely do a lot of poke as we get later on in this game.
Lots of pings going down right now. KT have just under a 4K gold lead, about 3.5. Kuzan has his 2 items. They're still just waiting for Ixu and Teddy to get their next items. And if you look at the itemization, though, coming out of KT, you can see Score has that Hex Drinker and the Maw of Malmortius already completed onto Pawn. So that's going to be a pretty big nuisance for Jhin Air to deal with, as the Kennen and Vladimir's damage is really just going to be gutted by that.
Another reason why Teddy really needs to come up big and just do a ton of damage here for his team. Lots of posturing as KT seems to be grouping up towards the mid-tier 2. All 5 members are around here. They're doing this dance again where they try to get rid of all this vision when they're ahead on the blue side. You've seen this before. Unfortunately for them, no Mountain Drake, so they can't think to just burst down the Baron extremely fast.
Both teams just sort of posturing. And even if KT did go for a Baron burst, it's not like they have a Mountain Drake that would help them get it a little bit quicker. And so the Ezreal will definitely be able to at least provide some poke and attempt to dissuade KT from committing to it from the vicinity of his red side jungle. One of the real problems, though, that Jhin Air is having is the jungler level difference is 2 levels, which in this patch is quite big. It's not something that you would expect to see.
Kuzan is just trying with MT to come in here and do something to seal us back. Actually, the True Shot Barrage comes out. Not sure if that was for Pawn or for red buff, but he's not able to take the red buff. It doesn't even hit Pawn. Looks like Score was able to pick that up. And had Teddy got that red buff, it would have been quite nice, as his poke would have been just that much more efficient. As we talked about before, they may need to be relying on that here just a bit. Ixu's kind of just gone into, I'm going to farm the side waves situation. He's not really doing much else.
Taking a look at the gold gap difference across the board. The majority of it is in mid, top, and jungle, although Ixu now does have his Frozen Mallet complete as he begins his push down and bottom. We'll see what Smeb can do to put a dent in that. Cloud Drake coming up in 10 seconds. That is the 3rd Drake of the game. So there's still a chance that a Mountain or an Infernal could spawn.
We haven't had the most exciting Drakes today. We had like 1 or 2 Infernals and 1 Mountain, I think. That's about it. Seems like both teams are thinking about fighting over there, though. Very scary spot to fight against this KT team with the Rumble, the Talon, even Score with a bunch of his AoE damage. So Jhin Air just going to let this one go. And the next one will be an Infernal Drake.
And here is the part of the game where it's standard Jhin Air Green Wings. We're just going to wait until 40 and 50 minutes, Brendan, so get out your pillow. Another 14 minutes to go. Please enjoy your flight.
Do I get any movies during the flight?
No.
Or?
Well, yes, you have to pay for that, though. that'll
Yeah.
be $25.95.
That's pretty expensive. I don't think
We
I want
only
to pay for
accept
it.
credit card.
Oh. I don't have a credit card, so I guess I'm pretty screwed.
We offer some,
Free entertainment of Janair versus KT?
no.
Well, that's kind of what it feels like right now.
We offer some complimentary peanuts.
Oh, I like peanuts. They're pretty good. This,
Have
I
you
mean,
ever flown Janair?
no, actually I haven't.
I've actually never flown Janair either.
They're like a, I don't know what you would call it, like a subsidiary company of Korean Air. They do like more of the local flights. Like if you were gonna go to Jeju or Japan or something like that, you could fly Janair.
It's kind of weird, right? That their flights would be like short distance and short times, and yet their League of Legends teams would lead you to believe that they're going international.
I mean, yeah. I mean, this was supposed to be a long flight, right? But they don't fly any long flights.
Their team wouldn't know what to do, man. They had like a PC bong on the generic, like they had a special like first class type place that had all computers hooked up with proper plane Wi-Fi. They're like trying to play League of Legends. They can't even finish a game before the flight lands. I don't know exactly what they do.
Okay, we have a chance.
Stop it.
Never mind.
No. We
sorry,
don't.
sorry, we don't. We don't.
Another 12 minutes, Brendan.
I was getting excited there.
Get it together.
They almost face checked the brush.
Get it together. Another 12 minutes. Well, 11:50 now. Okay, so
It's just this weird dance where KT is never like Jin Air in the first game. They were
Listen,
the
let me
bold
tell you-
ones to go
tell you
for the
about
Baron burst
Air.
and stuff like that.
they are a team that they can, no matter how good you are, they can make it so that you will need to go 40 or 50 minutes. They may not kill you, but you won't kill them. They're masters at this. Eventually, Baron and Elder just sort of like have enough. They put an end to it, but if Baron and Elder did not exist, some say that generic Green Wings games might still be going.
The never-ending story of the generic Green Wings League of Legends team. Okay, here's an opportunity. Here comes Mata and Score. They're looking for Ixu. And of course we have Smeb down here as well. Ixu has to pull off the magical escape, exhaust, wild growth. Everything is going to be used here except the, well actually a lot isn't used here. Neither the equalizer nor the collateral damage come out. And so they do pick him up, and looks like they want to push the bottom tier 2 turret instead of, you know, moving towards the Baron or anything like that. Or at least they're gonna leave Smeb down there to do so.
Flower. Gotta be careful.
Oh boy, he really wants him here. The tidal wave coming out. Snowflower's like, I don't want any part of this. And there's that push in the bottom lane. Tier 2 turret is going to be taken out.
Pings actually from Jin Air Green Wings went out onto the top tier 1 turret, but Guzan recalled anyway as he had a base to defend. Another 10 minutes to go here, Brent.
And we're getting closer.
Yeah, we're on the descent. We will be landing quite shortly.
It's funny because even though the first game
It's not
was...
funny.
Well, it is, because the first game was extremely aggressive, right? It didn't look like the generic Green Wings, but it still went to 40 minutes. I think it was like 41 minutes and 14 seconds. So, you know, even when they try to play a really fast and aggressive game, they can't seem to end it. Okay, here we go. They're going to just go for the Baron right on top of a ward. Can Jin Air actually do anything about this? His 2 members just recalled back. Looks like Umti's going to have to be the hero. Teleport coming in. Look at Guzan. He gets totally bursted down. He tries to flash the wall and flashes towards Deft, but at least that stops the Baron, I suppose. Pawn's going in here. He's going 1v2, has that wild growth. Down goes actually Nami here, trying to get on top of Teddy. Deft is doing so much damage. Down goes Ezreal. They do pick up a bunch of kills here. Is Ixu actually going to go for that one? I don't believe he should or that he would. He's going to back off.
Stop the Baron. It came at the cost of 3 of their members, though, and probably going to be mid-tier 2 turret going down. Score.
He wants it. See, though, he's made it to mid.
He's going bug hunt. And now he's actually turning his attention up to top lane. Going to be able to raise this turret as well. Pick this up for his team. And all of a sudden, the game is really snowballed out of control. KT find themselves having an almost 10,000 gold lead here at 32 minutes. They're going to pick themselves up an Infernal Drake as well.
Yeah. And you could tell that just Jin Air is not as good at doing that, you know, the back and forth around Baron where they force KT to stop the Baron, but nobody dies, and then they do it over and over and over again until eventually bot pushes or something like that. They just, you know, different compositions as well. They don't have a Shen in bot lane. I can get in there a bit faster, protect one of your teammates. But, I mean, Kuzan getting caught out, it's kind of what we were talking about, where lesser teams might get caught out in that situation. Teddy, he misses his arcane shift over the wall, and he will be taken out. And that's going to be, I mean, we're getting later in this game. This is already 32 minutes in, so that's a 52-minute, or rather second, death timer here for Teddy.
Brendan, don't spoil the script. 52 minutes. Don't give it away.
Well, Snowflower decides he's had enough. He's like, okay, well, I sacrificed my life to change the script. Here comes the mid turret going down. And that should be mid inhibitor. Will they push in any more is the question. Deft is getting a little bit out of control right now on this Kog'Maw.
And it looks like KT might just actually get mid inhibitor and bot inhibitor and then back off and get the Baron if they want to be ultra safe. But if Umti, Kuzan, or Ixu would be willing to donate their life, I mean, KT probably wouldn't hesitate to get the Nexus.
So essentially it's just KT finding these holes in the Jin Air defense and Jin Air getting caught out again and again. That's leading to these objectives being taken. Now we may have a desperation Baron attempt here by Jin Air. Let's see if they actually do go for this. I don't think they should, with Score and Mata already really close to the Baron.
And just lots and lots of pings going down.
They know where MT is. He was in that brush, and it looked like MT realized that they knew where he was as well, so he just backs off.
And just lots of posturing right now. Still 6 minutes to go till that golden time zone.
The 40-minute.
Yeah.
That's where the game really begins for Jin Air. Okay, Kuzan, he
Well,
gets caught out.
is that what you called that?
Yeah, that's the nice way to put it.
Okay. What would be the bad way to put it?
Doing the doing it the run down mid strat.
Run it down mid?
Yeah, except this one is just the run it down top strat
Okay.
into the enemy.
I like that.
So now with one member down, I mean, they could just push in top. There's really going to be no defense here, as actually Snowflower might die. Empty forced to ultimate away. Deft's still going in there, has to flash the tidal wave. He's fine to do that. And there's the equalizer. Look at all those super low members of Jin Air. They can't get by. They're trapped.
That was a pretty funny interaction. I've never seen someone flash and then instantly die on an equalizer. It's actually a first.
Yeah, burn it up. Okay, they're actually going to end this one before 40 minutes. Down they go. Jin Air is going to be pressed hard to recreate their Game 1 experience. Smeb going to make his KDA a little bit less. Down goes the Nexus, and KT takes game number 2.
They take game number 2 off of a very different game. And, I mean, Pawn, he had a lot of shakiness at the very start. He picked it up in the later stages, but Score honestly just did a ton of work early on, and definitely a completely different leaf from game number 1, although the game did end 4 minutes before 40 minutes. Have you ever seen Final Destination, Brendan?
I've seen bits and pieces here and there, so I don't really know the story.
Not supposed to mess with that script. So we'll see what game number 3 is going to bring us. Jin Air Goonwings, they had the recipe for success actually going into this game, but they couldn't quite go toe-to-toe, and Smeb really just, he said no to the counter matchup up in top lane. That was a really big problem for Jin Air.
Ixu looks so excited getting into that one. He's like, yes, finally I get to play my Kennen versus Rumble.
That was like getting Teemo versus Garen, and then the Garen wins. It's just not supposed to happen, but we're going to be going to the analyst desk right now, followed by game number 3.
Welcome back to the analyst desk, everybody. KT was able to take game 2 as Jin Air was not quite able to have as much success as game 1.
Definitely a slow burn, if there ever was one. But near the tail end of that series, I just want to reiterate some of the points the Korean commentators were making about the pick ban, because as we'll see on the results screen in a simple matter of seconds from now, we have to start with Teddy picking up the Ezreal, right? Teddy's best champion, arguably, not even arguably, definitely Jin. So there definitely was a reason why he didn't go for the Jin, and going for the Ezreal, you could almost suggest that he wanted to take it away from Deft. Otherwise, KT would have that famous Ezreal Lulu bottom lane. And then Deft countering with the Kog'Maw that the Rox Tigers tried earlier on. I believe it was Songyun and Ki who tried that, but let's take a look at the highlights from set 2. Almost comedic how both junglers end up in the wrong direction, but eventually Pawn getting off to a great start. And that Talon worked for him in this game. I know some other games where he did go for the Talon. Smeb also trying out the Talon, if I remember correctly, but here it came up pretty big. And again, whenever I see this jungler for Jenner Green Wings, the word that comes to my mind is consistency. Because Umti has games where he looks really good, he looks like a solid LCK leaguer, and then every once in a while, well, not even every once in a while, but he just looks...
A decent amount of the time.
That's right. He just looks drained, should I call it?
That's one way to put it. Yeah, just from the early game, got a little bit risky. And when you get risky, things get a little bit more volatile, and you have more ups and downs, less consistency.
Again, that Kog'Maw coming up huge. I love what Deft did with that champion here. So right off the bat, we're talking about the very long sequence of events around the Baron. But Kanata saying this match was a particular highlight for KT's macro prowess. Of course, we'll be looking at the match result screen.
There it is. 0 towers taken for Jin Air. They got behind early, and they never really fought back. This is what we talk about with them. They just kind of sit back and farm until some of them get caught, and
Look
then
at that
eventually,
Kog'Maw pick.
yeah.
See, I feel like that was the biggest moment here, coming in last in the draft as well. 30.7k damage, and outshining everybody in the entire game. Especially deadly when you couple it with the Lulu as well. And Kuzan not having the best game on that Vladimir either. I know I gave him a lot of compliments after that first set, but different game, different champion, I guess.
Yeah, even though he had a decent start to this one. Let's take a look at the MVP for game 2.
It has to be Deft.
Well, it's Score.
Okay. I admit that caught me off guard, but Score with the Graves definitely having an impact on that game. And what comes to mind is the number of MVP points he has. I believe that makes him undisputed first place
Tied
right
for
now.
first, I think, with Crown.
Yeah, that's right. It might. But we'll either be seeing Score or Kuzan on the MVP desk, depending on who wins. So Captain Jack again reiterating the Korean side of things. They strongly believe that the pick and ban was the reason why KT Rolster won this game. And also the bans working against Ixu, him getting his Kled and arguably his Gragas banned. Having to play against that Rumble, he went for the Kennen, but didn't work out in the end.
So guys, we'll be back with game 3 in about 3 minutes. We'll see you then. We are back here at the Nexon Arena, about to jump into game number 3 of the Jin Air Green Wings versus KT Rolster. Ixu getting pretty passionate in the booth there. His Kennen in game number 2 was not as great or effective as he was on that Nautilus in game number 1. We'll see if maybe this time he can get a pick that he can do a bit better on. Score able to do pretty well, get the MVP on the Graves for game 2.
And the Graves, I mean, with the way the current meta is right now, he's just able to dictate the pace of the game so effectively, and Red Side just doesn't really have the luxury of being able to really ban him away. And so it's just a monstrous power pick that Blue is almost always guaranteed to get. And so coming into this game here, we'll see if they can end up getting it yet again.
I know that Alpaca on the left means deft. That's about as far as I'll go with those fan signs. Guys, we're gonna jump into pick and ban for game number 3. Jin Air on the blue side.
Jin Air, just like in game number 1, highlighting and banning away a champion that's not Malzahar. We'll see how KT react to this. And you know, if you're KT, you're gonna ban away the Forest. Now Jin Air Green Wings, they might just highlight and ban away something else, and then you might say to yourself, okay, well, Malz isn't getting targeted, and you don't want to target him, we'll target him. Or we'll ban away Graves because you're not targeting him. And that's mostly because Malzahar is considered a pretty big priority. And so if you view it that way, it enables KT actually a window to get rid of the Graves and remove that first pick power. Now Rengar, this is sort of like the setting them up to hang themselves, where if they take the Rengar, then you get the Malz.
And that's, I mean, they were able to do that in game 1 with the draft. But this time it looks like they want to take away Nautilus. They were not happy with Ixu on that Nautilus. He was just ultra tanky, always in their face. And are they actually going to go for the Ezreal instead of the Malzahar? It looks like they will.
Ezreal definitely will be a little bit more slippery. It doesn't mean that they're not intending to pick the Malzahar. Could be that Jin Air Green Wings might even be unwilling to pick it. So Jin Air now highlighting the Jin for Teddy. It is certainly one of his favorite and by far his best champion. They do lock in the Jin.
What will be the last pick? Shen.
You're getting Shen early on.
They don't want it banned away. They do not want to pick up Malzahar.
Now if you're KT, do you just take the Malz here? Or no, they're highlighting Zyra. Thinking about banning, or not banning, but picking that right here, as Jin Air Green Wings, they do have a lot of engage potential.
Lots of thought going into that one. Favoring the multiple routes, knockups that Zyra does offer.
Lots of engage and disengage are going to be offered inside of that Nautilus and the Zyra. And now
that sign said that 9 months before, it was 2 teams going to game 3. It's happening again today.
So you mean KT and Jin Air?
Perhaps. That would make the most sense.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it would be like, okay, I mean, that happens all the time. Like,
But entirely different teams doesn't really hold much of a point, but now Karma being banned away. by KT, and now their last ban gonna be Talia, actually. Well, they are highlighting it, and now, yep, they do finally ban it away, and now Jin Air Green Wings need to decide what do they want to ban away from KT, and they're highlighting Syndra, and that's a pretty pointless ban. Pawn, it's not that Pawn couldn't play it, it's that Syndra doesn't really fit in anywhere, and it just really feels like a throwaway ban in a lot of ways, like they don't have anything else to do.
Are we going to see score on the Lee Sin? I think it would be better than the Nidalee, but okay. We are going to be seeing score playing Lee Sin this game. Haven't seen Lee Sin in a bit. But now that Graves is beginning to garner some bans.
Jin Air Green Wings highlighting that Vladimir yet again.
Kuzan only practiced one champion in preparation of KT. They'll never ban Vlad.
They're highlighting a Vel'Koz.
Really, Snowflower. They've been trolling with these picks all day long. Misfortune, though, we haven't seen her in a while. And it will be locked in.
In a very long time. And she does get locked in, so they do have a pretty big counter down in bottom lane. And they have the Shen versus the Nautilus, and now KT responding with Victor. So going yet again with a pretty powerful scaling composition. And I really, really like both of these team compositions for both teams coming in to this game number 3. Both of them have so much potential for what they can do and what they can offer at all 3 stages of the game. If Jin Air Green Wings want to show up big, it's going to be on this team comp here in Game 3 versus KT.
Well, it's very exciting. 2 pretty nice team compositions clashing head-to-head. This can make for a very exciting Game 3. Hopefully the likes of our Game 1, which was quite nice too. So here we go, gonna take a last look at the compositions.
Shen, Rengar, Vladimir, Jin, and MF for Jin Air Green Wings. And Nautilus, Lee Sin, Victor, Ezreal, and Zyra for KT. Don't expect too much fireworks out of them unless it's gonna come through score early on, as they're gonna be heavily focused on the mid game.
Yeah, we'll see if he can control that jungle like he did in game number 2. No Graves this time around. Let's find out how it goes in game number 3 of KT versus Jin Air.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Here we go. Ixu coming in here, spotting Smeb.
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
Everybody just fanning out on both sides. No big action this time around.
And the real question is going to be, what can do early on against the lanes that KT have? Pawn's going to be able to be very defensive early on, as well as Deft and Mata, and so the real only opening will be up in top lane, but it's a blue side Shen, a little bit more difficult to coordinate with for Rengar, and Pawn actually came all the way down in case anything ended up happening.
Yeah, I mean, minions did spawn. He should get back in time to get all the XP and all the gold. Just being a bit cheeky there. Gonna start red, actually. So no Raptor start. for this Lee Sin. Mixing it up a bit, and you can see that the ping went down, saying, okay, they're not at the Raptors. So, not 100% sure if Jin Air even knows exactly where Score is, although the red side jungle is pretty common, so maybe they just know that he started red.
And a lot of poke coming out from Deft and Mata. On to Snowflower, and Umti really risky right here. And
Is that Smite? Can he land the Sonic Wave? He's going to flash forward for the red, and being rooted by Mata. That's going to be an easy first blood given on over to Score. Meanwhile, Deft is going 1v2 here. He takes out Snowflower. Unbelievable. Look at that smirk, too. Oh, man. How did that even happen? We're going to, no doubt, get to see a replay of that. And KT's like, Jin Air, you dare put a mark on our record by giving us a loss. Well, we're going to give you something to remember after this one.
we're going to take a look at the replay here. So Umti trying a pretty risky play with his root, ends up getting caught out. And then watch Deft putting out so much damage onto Snowflower, hits the Arcane Shift, and then the missile, and you can just tell they weren't expecting it.
Oh, here we go again. So close to going down the flash forward. Mata picks up another kill for KT. This is already getting out of hand. And in that play, I mean, Deft was essentially perfect mechanically. He hit everything. He weaved in all the auto shots there, the auto attacks, in between every, ability that he had.
Well, KT certainly not messing around here in game number 3. Already so much pressure has come out, and bottom lane is off to a tremendous lead. Take another quick replay at this. And you can see that Deft and Mata just really doing the maximum, and those minions doing work too. Snowflower and Teddy not really respecting them. Mata came in right at the last second, gave Misfortune a little bit of a love tap.
I don't know if Misfortune would ever be able to pick up that kill too. It looks like a tiny bit of tilt out of Snowflower almost, especially with all those minions.
Speaking of tilt, Teddy actually going triple longsword. And I can't ever understand a scenario where that would be better than Serrated Dirk. So itemization also not looking so hot.
Yeah. Also, something you see out of Jin early on nowadays is boots, even boots of swiftness before any kind of AD items, which would be very helpful against an Ezreal and a Zyra, obviously, to get away from all their skill shots, but deciding totally against either of those routes. Picking up 3 longswords.
Score has the jump on Umti, who just picked up. No, never mind. I think he refunded it. He had the green smite and then didn't get it. So he's not going to have that extra vision control available. And this time around, Jin Air Green Wings not finding themselves with the same level of comfort in mid as they had in the previous 2 games, as Kuzan's being kept in line for the most part this time around.
Oh, that max range root. That was a very deep ward, so they kept really good tabs on exactly where MT was in the jungle. Not much action up here.
And
Shen
we need to go
versus
back
Nautilus.
to that. Listen.
I personally like the mid to late game fights where they're even more tanky. That way there's absolutely 0 chance of anyone dying.
You just don't get it. I can't deal with you anymore. Now Score hovering around mid lane. Chaos Storm came out as Pawn is looking for a recall. definitely must have the gold for the Hex Core upgrade. Teddy and Snowflower doing a good job, though. I mean, even though they suffered those, you know, disadvantages early on, and Snowflower died twice, you look at the CS score, and I mean, Teddy keeps finding ways to out-farm Deft.
Yeah, I mean, Deft can hit all those really cute Qs in lane, but if he's not farming as well and nobody's dying, well, Teddy's going to be ahead. Well, hold that thought. He may just be dying here, forcing the exhaust out. Getting a bit of damage onto Snowflower as well, but they might just force him back. Fighting back a little bit is Teddy.
And now Deft and Mata, they're calling score over as they know that they themselves are susceptible to a gank, so trying to create an opportunity for a proper counter gank, because they must know that MT can certainly be around bottom, and that is a huge chunk.
Well, looks like just everybody in bot lane for Jin Air is going,
Oh, man!
Well, that's Deft for you guys. And Rengar, MT was coming down, but that looks like he may make his way towards mid, but you're talking about being defensive in mid. Well, hold that thought. Score. Snowflower sticking around. I guess he just didn't expect the Lee Sin to be there as well and couldn't run away fast enough.
Lee Sin just knocked her right up. And they're going to reward themselves with first blood turret of the game, and this is the type of acceleration that, while Jin Air doesn't really know how to transition it, KT are no strangers to it. So now, I mean, the pressure's on, as Jin Air are gonna need, you know what, their plane's experiencing some turbulence right now. That's what's actually going on. True Shot Barrage came out, absolutely gutted Teddy and Snowflower, and then you can just see Deft go in and get that snipe onto Teddy, and it's just really, you know, you ask the question, why even put yourselves in a spot where that's a option that KT have, and then Score, you see him come in here, cast his ultimate so that there's no reaction available for Snowflower. Quick kill pickup by them.
Yeah.
Deft now actually moving down to bottom lane, a little bit surprising as they know that Pawn's about to get his blue buff, and so you would think that they would synergize and get Kuzan out of mid lane or even just rotate up to top, because honestly, it's Water Drake.
Okay, here we go again, and this is beginning to get a little bit ridiculous. Everybody is going to be collapsed on now. Snowflower goes down, Teddy just disappears.
That's the alley-oop, and Teddy and Snowflower, they're certainly being taken advantage of this game.
Had this been like an Infernal Drake, this game might already be over. I mean, it's already not looking good for Jin Air, but...
Nixu can't tell if he's in solo queue right now. He doesn't know if he's still here at the Nexon Arena. Bot lane 0-6 at 10 minutes.
I swear this happened to me just today. Funny the way that works.
And now Smeb returning back up to top lane. He already has that Spectre's Cowl, so Nixu not going to find himself with much success doing anything against him. And MT, for the most part, has all but been invisible. And again, in mid lane, you see Pawn and Kuzan going neck and neck. Can't really do anything.
It's just like pushing wars, like Victor pushes it in, Vlad pushes it back.
Tell me more.
Not much else happens, sorry. They get blue buff, well, Victor gets blue buff.
I haven't heard of that one before.
Yeah. Oh. What is happening here? I haven't heard of this one before. Just a big rotation up to top, it looks like. But Mata's just staring at the Shen in the face and saying,
So
whatever.
the difference is that unlike in game number 1, there's no dragon that's coming up, and now the speed at which KT actually raises the turret is faster than what Jinair can do. And so this type of a macro decision is going to be even more favorable, especially because of Pawn's proximity to bottom lane and the wave clear that he offers. So KT should have no problem handshaking this at all. Right now, they're actually even keeping Deft up in top lane for a little bit longer. Might even have him steal away the Grom. That's Bertha, by the way.
Bertha?
Yeah, that's Bertha.
Is that her name? The
yeah.
Gromp?
Well, it is now. The left Gromp on blue side, that's Bertha, and on red side, it's Agatha.
Oh, okay. That makes a lot of sense. I'm glad you pointed that out to me. It really fits quite well.
No problem.
So, Bertha taken out there by Deft.
Agatha already off the map. She doesn't always come into work. She's lazy.
Oh boy, we got a little bit of a heist coming in here. Guzan actually does get away. There's none of the follow-up skill shots do land.
Shoving in mid lane right now. And KT, I mean, they're in the driver's seat, but they do have the scaling. Umti trying to make something happen with the Stand United. They might pick up Snev.
Yeah, looks like they will. Nice pickup there. Really reacted to that one very, very quickly. An immediate call for just Rengar to jump in, Ixu to follow up.
Game's beginning to slow down a bit. Fortunately for Teddy and Snowflower, they are out of bottom lane with Deft and Mata. Oh well,
boy.
Score. Wow, that damage.
Okay, the Thunderlords too. Oh, there's the Q for the follow-up, making him 4-0-1. He's already hitting like a truck.
Now they're having Deft shove in top lane. Score is going to provide him safety, hang around the mid side of the map. You see Blue also coming up as well, so there's a lot that they're gaining out of this, just in terms of vision and pressure. And with Kuzan dead, they have no one to respond to Deft up in top lane. You can see they're trying to rotate Teddy and Snowflower down. Or well, up in this case, but Deft getting quite a lot of damage on that turret. About almost 30%.
Doing more damage to Jinair than they can do to him.
Pawn being forced to back off right there, as the taunt from Ixu could definitely lock him up. I really like how he's itemized into the final Hex Core evolution. He acknowledges that the game has accelerated extremely quickly. He wants as much punch for his buck as possible. Doesn't need to go into anything else right now. And I mean, to make matters worse though, in a little bit of a different sense, Deft actually has that call as well. So the pressure and all the advantages he gained earlier on is going to be even further accelerated by that. Deft actually got locked up, half HP'd.
Oh, look at this on the right side. We caught the tail end of that. Score came up behind Umti. Sets up another kill. Must feel pretty good to be Pawn right now. He essentially just farmed mid, and his team just snowballed bottom lane so hard that he's just like, okay, well, things are pretty nice. I'll just get my blue buff and continue to push mid.
Deft now is the one that they have to find an answer to. Yumu is being activated, interestingly enough. They were trying to lock up Deft. If they had landed that Deadly Flourish, they could call down Curtain Call and have Kuzan possibly finish him off. Deft proving to be a little bit slippery.
This guy just is on fire tonight. on this Ezreal. He doesn't seem to miss. Okay, he missed that one. Caster curse is real.
Now Score and Pawn clearing this Infernal Drake out.
빨간 팀이 드래곤을 처치했습니다.
MD coming top for a gank against Smeb, but there's already a ward up here. Might have seen him going into that brush.
And it just looks like KT are everywhere right now.
It's like, I dare you to come defend the turret. Well, he dared him, and he did it. Here comes Stam United. Basically coming in the teleport from Smeb. Curtain Call is launched. Mata is about half health. He misses 3 of them, though. Deft forces him to cancel. Missed re-engage there from Smeb.
Everyone's playing on ping. Everyone's skill shot was about half a second late.
Well, still a very strong push here from KT. They're not getting too aggressive with this one. It looks like they're not trying to dive any turrets here at 17 minutes into the game.
They turn their attention to the red buff. They're gonna pick that up, put it onto Deft. Now he's immediately run to mid lane. They have a minion wave here. It's just Snowflower that's defending. He doesn't have his bullet time available, so Deft maybe can pick up the mid. No, it doesn't look like it, actually. Kuzan has arrived, even though the turret barely has any HP left on it. Right now, about a 5.2k gold lead right now in favor of KT.
No big objectives outside of that mid turret that they could potentially push, but even so, decent amount of wave clear with the Jhin and the Vlad. The Vlad does have to get a little bit close. They haven't gone for any kind of 5-man pushes. They're just kind of spreading out. They've taken the Infernal Drake as well, so they've gotten both of the dragons so far in this game. Deft just controlling mid lane by himself.
And right now, KT can basically just take comfort in their top tier 1 turret being a pawn. That, you know, any investment Generic Greenwings makes towards getting that is gonna compromise them too much elsewhere on the map. Just waiting for Deft to complete to his Trinity Force. And all they have to do is create a dance and proper vision control around Baron. And any sort of fight that Generic Greenwings tries to take right now is not going to be favorable. Teddy waiting on his Edge of Night, and Kuzan obviously wants his Abyssal Scepter, but KT has a window where Deft could recall into Trinity Force. They can go for a team fight before those items are completed, and that would prove to be really good for KT. Don't really need Pawn to complete his items, but you can see that Jhin Air getting very desperate with the way that they're positioning Umti and Snowflower. And it's that type of investment that I was talking about, where you look at what they're trying to set up here in top lane, and if this backfires, it is so disastrous for their team.
KT already knows. I mean, nobody's even getting close to that lane, so Jhin Air just spent a bunch of time up in top lane for no reason. Other than, I suppose, zoning them off a wave, which doesn't do anything. Now it looks like KT grouping up, perhaps looking for a pick. Both teams smartly avoiding the picks for now. Lots of vision in this blue side jungle of Jhin Air by Jhin Air. A couple of control wards, one of them was just taken out. Looks like KT is slowly trying to take that back. They've just moved the vision ward to another part of the map.
Deft trying to get as much farm as he possibly can. Probably going to go into Mortal Reminder as his next item. He already does have the Executioner. Miramana now completed at 21.5 minutes.
He got that tier really early.
Teddy able to keep up and farm though with Def, which is really surprising after all the early game deficits.
Oh, they missed that skill shot actually onto Umti. And, oh, he's trying to escape. I thought that was him.
Get me out of here.
It was him playing on 400 ping right now, 400 MS. And we got another Infernal Drake coming up here, so this isn't like the double cloud into ocean that Jin Air had to deal with in game 1. KT getting a bit luckier with that.
KT taking the game extremely slow. And it's actually impressive how KT, I mean, if we look at what happens when they get these type of advantages, right, in, say, the SK Telecom games, right, they were still much more forward and aggressive with leads like this, but against Jin Air, they're taking things a little bit slower, and the way that I'm reading that and perceiving it is that they're not in a rush, they're not hard-pressed, because they feel so much more comfortable the longer that the game goes on. And so they're willing to handshake it.
They probably feel like the much better team too. If I were KT, like coming into this match and how well they've done so far compared to Jin Air, and then you lose game 1, that's got to feel really bad because you have to feel like the much better team.
Infernal Drake up. They're not taking it as fast as I would have assumed. Thought that they would be on that a little bit quicker. It looks like Score actually making his way over to it right now. He's gonna pick that up really quick.
And this is seen by Jin Air, but nothing they can do. They're just doing the Jin Air style. Roll up like a ball, like a turtle, go into your shell, and wait for 40 minutes.
And Score actually just got 15 AD off the second Drake. So a long sword and a half.
Oh, look at that burst.
Snowflower being forced to flash.
Yeah, I mean, Snowflower, it's really just going to not allow him to escape a little bit later on as compared to like taking a flash off of a Zyra or a Malzahar. Would take away some of the aggressive potential. Doesn't really do the same against the MF, but here we go. The Baron is getting low at about a third of its health, and MT is going in. Def get extremely low. They burst him down, and can Jin Air actually convert off of this one? Trying to get that last hit on a Score, and he actually does thread the needle and do it. Now Smeb's on the run. Everybody from KT is on the run, and will they get that second kill? They do, and Jin Air Green Wings off the back of Umti and Kuzan essentially spending everything, are able to take out Deft and convert into 2 kills, and now they're going for the Baron.
They have to be really careful here, though. Lee Sin, one of the best Baron Steel champions, and Pawn get locked up.
Oh boy. Well, KT was pretty good at denying this in game 1. Stopping the DPS here, so no jump in for Score. Gonna flash it on in, and he misses the Q, but he gets the smite! Unbelievable. Somehow he's able to get that and almost a kill on the Snowflower. He pays for it with his life, and that looked like a really early smite from Umti.
And the nerves from Jin Air probably getting to them right there a little bit. And the real big problem for Jin Air is that Depth was alive when Score was able to get the steal, so he has the Baron buff. Watch this one more time. Ixu didn't quite go over quick enough. Kick away. Score managed to get the Baron for his team and keep them in it. If Jin Air just got the Baron, that would have meant that top tier 1 goes down, mid tier 1 goes down. Gold Score just off of that would be even.
We'd be seeing an entirely different game. And I think he just assumed that Q was going to hit, and he wanted to try to line it up with when Score would smite, but was not able to do so.
And I mean, I was talking about a few minutes ago about how KT, it was probably them just saying, hey, we'll be really safe. We don't need to, you know, do risky things against Jin Air. But then when they make a Baron call like that, it's very questionable. We've seen a lot of teams, I mean, throughout history in League, throw major advantages. And KT almost did it here in game number 3.
Deft is doing an incredible amount of damage now with 3 items and the double Infernal Drake. And with all those minions to back him up, looks like Jin Air's opinion here, their only option is to just sit in the brush and hope that someone walks into it. They're even more on the defense now.
And, yeah, just slow and systematic right now for KT as they move around the map, turning their attention now here to mid-tier 2. They kill that so quickly. The Baron minions and the double Infernal Drake certainly helping their stats. They get that, and now, yeah, up to top lane. They have a minion wave incoming that Smeb is certainly going to be able to tap.
Skora was looking for the potential insect. He doesn't really have flash. Or he just straight up doesn't have flash. Hold that thought. Pawn might get caught again. They're going for it. Lots of stuff used here, but Umti will pay for it with his life. Now Ixu getting pretty low, missing that Dredge line though. It looks like Jin Air is going to be able to disengage off of that. But here comes Deft actually as Kuzan pushing a little bit far up the lane. Will the Dredge line land this time? No, but on the chase still is Deft. They're not able to lock anyone else up afterwards. So just trading 1 for 1.
Deft now gonna be recalling. And Guardian Angel almost completed for Smeb. He did just pick up the Negatron, so still a little bit away from that. Lanes right now for KT, very good. We'll take one quick look at the replay here. Pawn knew what was coming on to him. He tries to flash and Ghost away. He gets deleted, but not before Skora evens the score. Red line ended up missing. I mean, it's a 1 for 1 in the end, which is obviously going to be advantageous for Jin Air Green Wings, but the lanes and the overall position of the game still not really great. Jin now, though, 3 items, able to match Deft's 3 items.
And he is chunking these members that they can jump onto with his curtain call. And I mean, those engages that Jin Air are finding, that's kind of what that Shen Rengar composition can do, that duo of champions. And they're doing that quite well. There's a 3rd Infernal Drake coming up here. Uh-oh, Snowflower. Oh man, they actually do get that last Q with the ward there, and so that's going to make it a lot harder for Jin Air to fight this one. It looks like they might just rely on Umti. No, Umti not even going to try for it. That's the 3rd Infernal Drake going to KT here at 30 minutes.
Pawn almost just got 30 AP off that dragon. So 10 shy of a blasting ward, and well, we'll see what KT do now, if they just wait for the Baron in 2 minutes or if they just keep fixing the lanes.
Look at this. They're going heavy onto Ixu with the rotation up in the top. There's the stun, and so he will not be able to get out of this one. Guardian Angel is popped. And he tries to flash away, not exactly sure. Trying to even the score here a bit. They do get it with that Deathfire touch. In comes Kuzan with that Ghost. He wants Pawn, and Pawn has no escape. Down he goes. The teleport will have to be canceled. And so actually 2 members of KT go down, and now Jin Air's gonna push mid.
But not before Deft pushes top. And with Ixu still having 30 seconds remaining, Deft might just stay up in top lane and say, okay, yeah, sure, get my mid-tier 2. I'm gonna take your inhibitor. As Smeb walks up mid. Here it is, the Iron Giant.
You don't want to mess with him. Mata coming from behind. He could lock up some members if he wanted to get cheeky, but no one really else there to help out.
Def gonna pick himself up a blue buff as well. Bertha on the map. He doesn't, not interested. He's running away.
Not feeling it today.
Might go visit Agatha though. She's back. She's in work today, by the way.
I hardly even noticed. She doesn't come in too often.
This is Raphael, by the way, the Raptor Camp guy. Yeah, that's Raphael. So taking a look at the replay, Score and Pawn, you have to wonder, what are they even doing, though, at this point? Because you know that they just killed Ixu up on top. That would be a free top tier 2 turret. So why are you guys here at this point when you know that Baron's coming up? And Jin Air obviously correctly and quick to punish the fact that KT had Pawn and Score a little bit out of position because they're fishing for vision control or kills and a little bit needless.
Trying to lock up Smeb. See from behind, he wants to grab Death, but he just disappears. Didn't even see where that damage came out. The burst damage from Victor and from Score perhaps, and now this fight is just not going to go well. Ixu going to be knocked up. Definitely can't do anything to Score. Guzan on the run. Doesn't have his ghost. He used that earlier to try to chase Pawn. And there we go. Deft able to pick up the kill off the back foot. And so a fight gone wrong there for Jin Air leads to 4 deaths. And KT now looking to push mid.
KT might actually just tank this and go up it. Teddy looking for any angle. He actually flashes to proxy the wave. I don't think that that's entirely, well, actually, hard for me to say if he, no, he definitely did not save the game. MF would have certainly been up to bullet time the minion wave, and I don't think that they can end there. So I think the flash is a little bit needless, but in this moment, I mean, the thoughts that are going through his head, it's a little difficult to process everything.
Yeah. I mean, that's obviously one of the thoughts that was going through his head, like, I can't let this wave go in or else we lose. Here comes Empty. They have a control ward on him, and I don't think he's going to be able to jump in. He's going to try with the flash, but not able to, and he immediately goes down. Curtain Call comes out, trying to deny some recalls. Definitely not going to get any kills here.
I was hoping to see a little bit of Jack and Rose. Smeb just stands in the line and lets Score recall, but...
And look at Smeb, he's just going 1v2 against Teddy and Snowflower in the back. Deft able to rejoin with his team, and it looks like Shen not able to quite do enough burst damage to take out the Ezreal. Maybe Vlad can? Just barely he does with that Zhonya's, but down he eventually goes. Snowflower trying his best to deny any of these recalls. Nice hook there by Smeb. Gonna finish this one off. Oh, there he goes.
Finally gets it, and Score, yeah, he's gonna push on with the Baron minions, and that's gonna be it for game number 3. Jin Air tried, but in the end they came up short.
Yeah, I mean, good first game, you know, good showing tonight for sure, doing a pretty good job here against KT overall, but KT, the better team at the end of it all, do take 2 games, finish it off with game number 3.
Deft having a super phenomenal performance in game number 3. 9-2-7 was his final score, and Score as well though, with a gigantic performance of his own, and also that Baron save.
Yeah.
I mean, Deft could have finished with 21 out of 21 kills, but the Baron save is an auto MVP, by the way, Brendan. So that's just how
Seems to be that way.
That's just how it goes.
Curious to see how Empty looks. Looks a little bit frustrated there. Just a little bit of an early smite against the Lee Sin. But after all, KT, Smeb hurting from the massage. He's got some tight shoulders. The coach looks really unhappy, actually. He's like, what the hell is going on here? And I hope he doesn't get too aggressive against these guys. I think that overall they had a pretty good performance for where they are as a team in the league right now.
Deft feeling certainly very happy after that game. He had a lot of highlights inside of it. feel very good with himself. And here's one of the replays right here where they thought that Smeb was on his own, but actually his teammates did stick around for him. And this was the game-ending fight. It almost looked like they were actually going to be able to take down Deft, but not quite until Kuzan able to eventually bring him down. Zanya's Hourglass only prevented the inevitable, and Snowflower tried to flash the wall, be cute, tried to hide underneath Bertha. The only thing that hides underneath Bertha is her bagels from last week, so not much going to be found there.
Snowflower wanted a piece too. Bertha wasn't having it. Protected those donuts and bagels with her life, man.
Bertha gave him away to Smeb.
Oh, man.
Well, Smeb's smiling. He's like, yeah, she did. We're going to take it to the analyst test where you guys find out more about Bertha, so stay tuned for that.
Yeah, we'll find out who's the MVP too. I wonder if you're correct with the score. He did get the earlier MVP, so he would probably take first place with 900 MVP points if that's the case.
They might just give it to Deft, so they have 2 interviews. Who knows?
Maybe. We'll see. Guys, we'll join you in about a minute. Welcome back, everybody, to the analyst desk. Was another win there for KT. Wasn't a super clean win, but it got off to a fiery start. Had a little bit of a lull in the middle, but eventually they were able to end that one.
I think you just described almost all the games we've seen tonight. Exciting opening, exciting endings. That's what we're about here down at the Nexon Arena. But KT getting lucky with 3 Infernals, and of course we have to mention that fiery opening in the bottom lane where Deft, I think he got up to about 3 kills just in lane alone.
Look at that damage.
Speaking of Deft, it looked like he's playing Kog'Maw again with that Ezreal, going up to 30k again.
And it's a team of superstars there on KT. Part of the reason why they're so successful here in LCK. And on any given day, you know, maybe tomorrow it's Smeb. If they have a game tomorrow, you know, maybe the next day it's Pawn. You know, Pawn didn't have the greatest day today, but his teammates certainly showed up. Specifically this guy in Game 3, Deft, 9-2-7, 76% kill contribution, goes up to 600 MVP points.
I just can't wait to see some of those lane kills again. And to be fair, Teddy and Snowflower looked like they were holding their own against the KT bottom lane throughout the series, but it was just the last one where they kind of lost their grip on things. Looks like we're headed straight to the MVP interview, so I'll be interpreting that for you.
Definitely seen these two up here at the same time before.
So Jinner with the strong defense, but you get the victory score. How do you feel? So score saying we ended up going to 3 games, so it was really tough. again saying I'm really tired right now. And Def says, for the match, Score mentioned that he doesn't feel like he's in the best condition. However, I feel like Score played really well in actuality, so I'm very happy about that. And Score says our next match is against Samsung, and beating Samsung sends us up. So we'll try to beat them. Or rather, we'll try our best to beat them. Now, talking about Nautilus as an important pick today, Ixu very good on that champion. And Score says, we're pretty good at using Nautilus ourselves, but our coach said it might be a very good idea to snipe Ixu off that champion, so our coach had a very good pick and ban plan for us. Now, Umti really hot on Score's heels in set 1, asking if that had an effect in the following sets. And Score says definitely. We said we were going to expect Umti to be at certain places and make all the calls as soon as possible, and that was their approach to their game. Now, last time we saw Deft, he strongly recommended Stormcaller Surge, Storm Raider Surge. I can never get which one is right.
Raiders.
Storm Raider, there it is. And he didn't take it on Kog'Maw tonight. And Deft explaining why, he says, well, I tried it during practice and I actually changed my mind. It's pretty bad. And other than that, he says he was very confident in his mechanics, so played it a little bit more daring than usual. Now, we had a series of very long games. Did they ever feel impatient? And Score says, in some of those matches we lacked crowd control, so I think we kind of inevitably went to a longer game, but I think we just kind of accepted our compositions and didn't feel that much impatient. Now, what did Def think of Teddy as an opponent today? And Def says, I think Teddy's a fantastic player, and he often said, I'm his role model, that Def is Teddy's role model, so Def says, I feel like I really owe it to him not to lose if I'm his role model, and I think that's why I tried so hard today.
Perfect.
So to summarize that long question, basically, did you know some of these aggressive moves were going to pay off? And Def says, I basically had a general idea that, you know, the opponent bottom lane was going to move this way or stand here. But overall, I think my skill shots worked out pretty well. And speaking on set 3, he says, set 3 worked turned out so well for me that I actually felt like I was playing solo queue, and I'm always doing really well in solo queue, so perhaps that's why he had a even better performance later on in the game. So during some of the hiccups in set 3, Def says, I actually ended up dying first, so I was really nervous about how things were going to turn out, but score was there for me. Of course, I believe this is the spot where he stole the Baron. Score just sharing some of his philosophy with us, saying that, I know I definitely may have mentioned this in an interview, but I definitely feel like, you know, the Baron stealing side, the side that's about to steal the Baron, is always at an advantage when it comes to these smite contests. But also with the rare Lee Sin pick today, so what was that about? And Score says, last season, I had one game of Lee Sin and I had a victory on it. So technically I have a 100% win rate on Lee Sin, so it's like my secret weapon. So I plan on keeping Lee Sin as my secret weapon. And finally, what would the players like to say about their match against Samsung? And Score says we're definitely in the process of improving our performance and improving our performance levels. So we'll make sure we come back with an improved showing in the Samsung match. Def says, we'll try hard to play well in the Samsung match. Meanwhile, there is some kind of disease or a pattern going around our team where people are getting sick one after the other, so please cheer for us really hard. But that's it for the MVP interview.
I'm glad he added something else, because I feel like both of those guys have been on so many MVP interviews, they don't know how to end it anymore. So guys, we've had 6 games today. It was a bit of a marathon cast. Was fun though, some of the games for sure were definitely entertaining. 2-1 to Longju and 2-1 to KT. Let's take a look at the standings after today. You can see that Longju, they do sit in a pretty okay spot. Losing to Janair, you know, last week was not the best thing for them.
It's the battle of the blue teams from 3 to 6.
Pretty much, yeah. There's only red and green down at the bottom.
Yeah,
and some
surrounded
red up
by
at the
reds,
top.
and then
yeah.
all the greens are in the bottom. So maybe, you know,
they got to change up their
color
colors
coding coming into the outcomes here. But really, Junior Green Wings looked good in their last match, but failed to keep a streak alive.
Huge match for Samsung against KT, by the way.
That's
if
right.
they can win that, they are in such a good spot to be up on the top of the leaderboard. So if you're a Samsung fan, that's a really important match for them. Also for KT, I mean, because they need to win.
This entire spring split, Samsung has consistently been 3rd place too. So we'll see if that really makes a change for either team.
The games tomorrow will be SKT versus Afrika. And another matchup. You guys can find that online, no doubt. We just fast went through the other games that we'll have over here at Spo TV. But that's going to do it for us tonight, guys. Thank you once again for watching. And we'll see you guys over here at Spo TV on Sunday.
In the heart of the darkness. In the heart of the darkness. Some girls like making it last. Who are you? Some girls got so much to prove, but those girls got nothing on you. Who are you? Who are you? Won't you tell me now? Won't you tell me now? Tell me what you love. Is it sunlight? Tell me what you feel. Is it all?